www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Lagos, Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com. Nigeria. For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com.
Protocols are being observed this morning. I hope you slept well. We're about to start. Can I get the ushers to bring everybody in the foyer in? We're about to start. Our guests are online, our speakers are here. Could we please usher our delegates in? Could everybody please take their seats?
For more information, log on to www.uneca.org or www.compactglobalservices.com.
Led by the Sub-Regional Director, ECA West Africa Office, Madam Ngone Diop. Members of her team are here present. Can we please give them a round of applause? I think you would agree with me that yesterday was pretty amazing. How many people agree that yesterday was pretty amazing? Come on, let's give all of our speakers, our sector champions who were here with us, panelists and speakers. Let's salute them for the work that they're doing for Africa. My name is Tokunbo Chiedu. I am CEO, Campus Global Services. It is a real honor to welcome you all to the City of Business, to the Economic Nerve Center of Nigeria, Lagos. Ekabo. Ekabo means welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome. I want to also, at this time, for those who don't know who she's a champion. She doesn't want us to use the word champion, but you know, you must be a champion to have a vision, to see Africa be where it needs to be, to see the potential of women and young people harnessed to the full manifestation of what is possible. I always say that we are a promise.
In the French room.
I am a promise. You are a promise. Africa is a promise. So together we're here to keep the promise of Africa. We can clap to that. We can clap to that this morning. So now I would like for us to please give a roaring thank you and applause to Madame Diop, Madame Ngoni Diop. In case people here don't know her, can we have you stand, please? Let us appreciate this woman. Madame, we thank you. Thank you for your courage, bon courage. Thank you for bringing us here. Thank you for this amazing platform. Now I would like us to start this session. I'd like to invite to the podium one of Nigeria's veteran journalists, a visionary woman. She is the editor-in-chief and publisher of Nigeria's leading lifestyle magazine for women called Today's Woman. Everyone, please make welcome your compare for the day, Mrs. Adesua Onyenokwe.
Hello. I'd like a hi back. Hello. We need to warm up a little bit. This is the beginning of new networks that will take African women and indeed Africa to the next level. West Africa is leading the pack. Ladies and the gentlemen in the house, let's give a round of applause. And let's do it this way. A round of applause for the Economic Commissions for Africa. But most importantly, I want that round to keep going, keep it going, for Madame Ngoni Diop. Can we go? Not only does that warm your hands, thank you very much, because of the vision of seeing African women move. And also, I'd like that round of applause for Compass Consulting, if you don't mind, please, for keying into that vision and amplifying it. When we had a female leadership conference earlier in the year, in March precisely, the Women's Month, I got the opportunity to work with these two women, and I thought their dream was a far-fetched one. Getting women to work together across West Africa. A lot of people have tried, a lot of things have happened, and more importantly, even bringing the conference to Nigeria. I have spent over 30 years of my life telling the stories of women, but I have never thought about crossing across to the rest of West Africa. What reason? My French is very poor. In fact, it's limited. So let me even try it a little bit. Bienvenue. Je m'appelle Adesua Onyenokwe. For the French people in the house, I hope I did well. Thank you, I appreciate it. I look forward to be able to put Today's Woman in French across West Africa, and this has given me the impetus to do so. Now, this is not about me. It's about what I believe in. And what I believe in identifies squarely with what this conference is trying to achieve. And I hope that we are not just coming here to sit and listen, but to network and be able to make the connections that matter. We are going to start this morning by inviting the Executive Director, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, who is the president of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion. Tokumbo, you want to tell me something? It's okay. And we have another great speaker. Now he's here represented by Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo, who is the regional coordinator, representing Mr. Segun Awolowo. Please rise to be recognized, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We also have another very great speaker, Mr. Tony Elumelu. His name rings a bell, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. And he is also represented. Now, what's happening is the fact that now we know that we are not so far away because technology has connected all of us. We have Ms. Ifeanyiwa Ugochukwu, who is the chairperson and the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, who's going to represent her. And she's already waiting online. She's on standby to make her presentation. So in a short while, can I please have her profile? Thank you very much. It's important that we do. Tony Elumelu, an icon in the banking industry. But the Tony Elumelu Foundation is the African philanthropy arm of all his businesses that is committed to empowering African entrepreneurs. Ugochukwu, as head, is focusing on strengthening relationships between the African and the global entrepreneurship ecosystem, empowering African entrepreneurs, creating jobs and wealth on the continent. Ugochukwu brings over 15 years of corporate experience. She holds a postgraduate in business and executive coaching from the Integral African Institute, Cape Town, and a Bachelor of Law from University of Wales and Nigerian Law School. Because she is going to be presenting the first paper, we've asked Mr. Sam to please give us a few minutes, so let's have that go on. And so hi, how are you doing, Ife?
Very well, very well. I hope you're well. It's so good to see you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good, okay. So thank you so much, Adesua. Always great to see you. Thank you to Compass for putting together this laudable event. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to be addressing you all today. Permit me to begin, of course, by conveying the goodwill of our founder, Tony Elumelu, because he was unable to join us today virtually. He's in transit, but like Adesua said, it's so wonderful that no matter where we are in the world, through technology, we can still connect. As the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, the leading philanthropy empowering African entrepreneurs, there's a lot I can say about entrepreneurs. And as a female CEO, there is just as much I can say about women empowerment and its potency to drive sustainable change across the continent. In 2015, our founder committed $100 million from his family wealth to identify, train, mentor, and fund 10,000 African entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries over 10 years. Fast forward 6 years into the future, and this vision has catalyzed entrepreneurship on the continent. Indeed, it is arguable that it has put entrepreneurship on the global agenda, together, of course, with the work that all the development agencies and African governments across the continent have been doing. These empowered entrepreneurs have gone on to generate 400,000 direct and indirect jobs. They are our champions. The reason our entrepreneurship program is arguably the most ambitious, youth-focused, Pan-African entrepreneurship program on the continent is because it is a direct response to the transformation that Africa needs. It is a program that is sector agnostic and a program that recognizes the equal potential of all of us in Africa, regardless of gender, regardless of religion, regardless of tribe. We have continued to demonstrate a commitment to foster gender inclusion. And this has been continuously and progressively reflected with the gender mix of our workforce. You know, the foundation, a lot of people don't realize, but the Tony Elumelu Foundation is oftentimes 70, 80% female, but we're trying to get some gender balance now. So we have, not just in our workforce, but also with our beneficiaries, we push to make sure that the gender participation doesn't go below 30 to 35%, and we are gunning for 50%. One of the biggest concerns about business in Africa is the probability of their survival through time. A survey from 2018 reported that only 10% of businesses have a robust, documented, and communicated succession plan in place. And only 33% of respondents said that they had a formal midterm strategic plan in place. This is compared to the global average, which is 49%. So at the Tony Elumelu Foundation, our training program works to let young entrepreneurs and startups understand the importance of governance and the importance of getting things right from the very beginning, because that increases the survival rate. Women in Africa make up 58% of the continent's self-employed population. Yet they seldom get the recognition they deserve for their role in sustaining local economies in the informal industries. They also do not receive the appropriate support they need to take their businesses to the next level. Some of the challenges faced by women in Africa and youth come from the lack of access to networks, the lack of access to funding, and the lack of access to market linkages. So although we launched the program, we know that a sustainable digital infrastructure is needed to support the lifespan of these businesses. As a continent, we cannot afford to miss the fourth industrial revolution. The COVID-19 pandemic is a wake-up call and has demonstrated the immense need. It's no longer a privilege, it is a need, it is a must that everyone in Africa is connected digitally. There must be no one left behind. If you are not connected in the world today digitally, it's almost like you do not exist. And that is one of the major problems that African women and African youth face. It's one issue that governments across Africa must tackle immediately. We need an immediate, massive rollout of connectivity and cheap access to internet across every village, every town, every city. On our end, we are contributing to digital upskilling and capacity building around the digital entrepreneurship through our digital infrastructure, tfconnect.com. TF Connect is the largest online network of African entrepreneurs who are interested in connecting to key players from the larger ecosystem of investors, business leaders, and markets. The platform empowers young entrepreneurs to build investable businesses by training, mentoring, and mentoring. It provides them with easy access to markets and connects them to their counterparts, other African entrepreneurs and ecosystem players. Today, we have just over 1 million subscribers on tfconnect.com. Africa's socio-economic transformation agenda is completely impossible without the youth, without entrepreneurship, and without women. These should be our areas of priority in designing policies that address these issues. Of course, funding for women businesses is critical because women face a $42 billion gap in access to finance compared to their male counterparts. This means that we all have a lot of work to do, and events like this is a good place to start. Programs such as ours, as well as other blended finance models and financial solutions that go beyond the traditional financial institutions will ensure that women can have access to the capital they need to enable them build up their base. When we first started the program, our goal was to achieve 50% women's participation. It remains our goals. We are now at 35%. This year, the foundation will fund over 3,000 women-owned businesses across the continent. This will not be possible without some of our partners who believe that women, when empowered, can contribute to socioeconomic prosperity. Indeed, when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. And we must commend our partners such as the UNDP, the European Union, the AFDB. These are organizations that understand the power of entrepreneurship and the power of empowering women. And I salute them today. It is only the entrepreneurial spirit that will create the transformation that we need to see across Africa. And we've seen it firsthand with the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. Governments in Africa and outside Africa have recognized that entrepreneurship is the one surefire way of alleviating poverty and catalyzing economic development across the African continent. I would like to conclude by acknowledging how far we have come as a continent, doing away with the old narrative of handouts and aid. Now it's about a hand up. It's about creating self-sufficiency through our capable, talented, and innovative human capital. This is how we can position our continent to take advantage of global value chains and leverage opportunities that will catalyze transformation and create lasting wealth. Africa will then rise up and take her rightful place in the global scene. How can Africa harness its demographic dynamics for this sustainable development? It is only by empowering our younger demography, knowing fully well that the future belongs to them, and we owe them the support they need to create an enabling environment, have access to funding, capacity building, and the connectivity that it takes to grow and sustain a business. I always tell our entrepreneurs that if you can succeed as an entrepreneur in Africa, you can succeed anywhere. It's time for all of us to join hands, support them, and give them the platform that they need to be the stars that they are already showing themselves to be when given little opportunity. This is how we will remain innovative, creating value across our communities and across the entire African continent. Thank you very much.
I believe that that applause is to. Thank you very much, Ms. Ugochukwu, for representing Heirs Foundation. And your records do show that you are championing something that is very close to the heart of organizers of this conference. And the statistics that you have presented are indeed heartwarming, that your organization is at least achieving 45% inclusion of women. And I guess the other 65% are youth. So we hope that the other 65 will be youth, right? I mean, the other 55 will be youth. Thank you very much, ma'am. And would ask at this point in time that we may ask you questions later, but we need to know, how do people take advantage of what you present? Very quickly, especially those who are in the house today. Anything special for them from the foundation, as it were?
Well, very quickly, the platform tefconnect.com is open to anyone who is doing business in Africa, and it has immense opportunities to network, global investment opportunities, access to markets. So anyone can join tfconnect.com and be part of our growing network of entrepreneurs. Also, if you want access to funding and training, then you apply to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program in every January. So we open the application portal in January, also on tfconnect.com. January to March, it's open, and once it closes, then the selection and the training process begins.
Thank you very much. I guess the training part will be very attractive for those who are in the house. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause as we let our first speaker go. But before I bring in my next speaker, it would be nice to hear from the chief convener herself, Madame Ngone Diop. So Madame Diop, we'd like you to say a few words before we dive deeper into this. So a round of applause as she comes. You guys, those applause, it's not just to welcome them, it's to warm you up and to make you excited about what you're going to hear. Madame Ngone Diop, you all have met, and if you Google, you'll find, but meeting her is different from reading her profile on Google.
Thank you. Well, mine is to actually very much thank Tony Elumelu himself, because of his support to, and the kind of partnership, very strategic and forward-looking partnership to have developed with ECA. So in behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and on behalf of the Undersecretary General and Dr. Vera Songwe, who is also the Executive Secretary of ECA, I would like to warmly and deeply really thank Tony Elumelu himself, but also Mrs. Shikambi, the COE of his foundation, for believing in what we do, for also supporting women entrepreneurship and youth entrepreneurship, for contributing to changing the narrative for Africa. The Africa we want, the Africa we believe in, is the Africa that believes in itself, that Africa that harnesses its enormous potential, be it human resources, but also mineral and also natural resources. By launching his program, he did it for all of us, for all of you, to say you do have what it takes to unlocking your own potential. So in behalf of ECA, our heartful thank to Mr. Olomulu, but also the CEO of the foundation. And we look forward to continuing our partnership. We look forward to translating all this partnership and what we launched into reality and into impactful transformation for Africa through you, women, and through you, youth who have enormous potential to bring to forward. So thank you once more, and we look forward to continuing the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. That's a woman for you. We never take things for granted. Yes, they've supported us, but we must thank them, and I appreciate that. And at this point in time, I can see that the hall is not as full as it was yesterday. You know how it is, we go to conferences, especially if we travel, we try to put in a bit of tourism. And I'm hoping that maybe those empty seats are people who have emptied into the streets of Lagos to see what they can get to buy and take home. And that in the afternoon, we'll have a fuller house. The good thing is, this is online, people can watch it from wherever. But even if they were shopping, it's some form of export promotion, isn't it? That we go across Africa and we see what's possible in different parts of Africa and we share it. And I believe that's the kind of thing that our Export Promotion Council will be very interested in seeing happen for increased trade across the continent, but most in particular across West Africa, where we have common history. Now, the president of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization is also the executive director of Nigerian Export Promotion Council. He is Mr. Olusegun Awolowo. That council is NIPEC, Nigeria's apex organization for the promotion of non-oil exports to diversify the nation's economy. He leads a team of nearly 400 staff spread across 15 offices and the headquarters in Abuja. Nigeria is witnessing a significant growth in non-oil contribution to the nation's GDP, occasioned by increased trade ventures. Before NIPEC, Mr. Awolowo worked in the Federal Capital Territory as Administrative Secretary for Social Development, Area Councils, and later Secretary of Transport, where he played a significant role in evolving a master plan for an efficient urban transportation system in the FCT. Mr. Olusegun Obasanjo's administration, including as special assistant on traditional institutions, legal, due diligence, and legal matters. At that time, he covered a wide range of legal issues for Mr. President. That's Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Today, he has worked in many high policy making institutions. And for us, the seat he occupies is a very important one. And today, the regional coordinator, Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo, is going to be presenting his slides to the House this morning. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo to make the presentation. And thank you, sir, for being here early, being gracious and patient, allowing our ladies to go first. So now your slides are ready. Thank you, sir. Do you want to move? Yeah. Okay. Technical, can I take out this microphone for handheld?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I was told that I was standing for Mr. Olusegun Awolowo today, I was very excited because this kind of a program presents opportunity for us to tell the world what we do and how they can benefit from our services offered freely to Nigerian exporters. I bring greetings from Mr. Awolowo, who would have loved to be here himself, but just yesterday that he was informed that the governor of Lagos State will be visiting him this morning in Abuja. So he had to hurriedly call on me to stand in for him. My name, as mentioned, is Samuel Oyeyipo, Regional Coordinator for Nigerian Export Promotion Council office in Lagos here, covering the Southwest region of the country. I will go through a slide, and I will be much more delighted to pick on questions and concerns and advice on how we can do better what we are doing now, and how we can upscale our activities for the benefits of women and youth. From the slide, you will see that the Nigerian Export Promotion Council currently is doing a lot to uplift the fortunes of women and youth for the purpose of increasing non-oil export from Nigeria. And we can do more, provided the resources are also increased. And we'll do more based on the recommendations that I will also receive from you this morning. Thank you. We'll go through the slide together. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council, as rightly mentioned, is a federal government agency set up for the promotion of non-oil exports from Nigeria. And we do this in various ways. One, we are set up to promote development and diversification of Nigerian export trade, assist in the development of export-oriented industries. We go out to identify individual SMEs who are coming up and provide assistance for them in terms of products, in terms of packaging, in terms of standardization, so that their product can be acceptable at the international market. We also actively articulate and promote development of export policies and incentives. You all agree with me that in Nigeria of today, incentives are required to enable our exporters compete at the international market. And the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is the APEC organization charged with that responsibility to provide incentives for our exporters, especially the SMEs, so that they can also participate in the global market of export business. What's our vision? Our vision is to make the world a marketplace for Nigerian non-oil products. It's a very big vision, but we are up to the task. We are in many countries providing assistance to our exporters, taking them out on fairs, on trade missions, enabling them to have a contact with importers from overseas to see their products, to make comments on this, and return back to the country to improve on the product itself, on the packaging, for the purpose of penetrating the markets. Our mission is spearheading the diversification of the Nigerian economy by expanding and increasing non-oil export for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. How do we carry out our activities? Before you can participate in non-oil exports in Nigeria, you have to register with Nigerian Export Promotion Council as an exporter, and you'll be issued with a certificate which allows you to transact export business. It's available on our website, www.nepc.gov.ng. When you go online, you can download all the necessary apps required, do your registration at the comfort of your office, and then you print your certificates. We also provide market information. We support women and youth in export. We provide trainings and seminars, specific trainings and programs, especially what we call the Zero to Export Training and Export Clinic. The Zero to Export Training presumes that some people who could not or who have no idea about what export is all about can be taken through the process, right from zero level up to the point of shipment. So what we do in Zero Oil, Zero to Export training is that we take people who are interested in export, but probably have no knowledge of products, quality standards required, and how to move the products from this country to other countries of the world. And we take them through the training, both the theoretical and the practical training. We take them to the market. We show them the products. How do you identify products that are good for export? How do you identify the moisture content required if you have a contract? How do you package the products? Which certification agency do you have to contact to ensure that you have a certificate that covers the quality of your products? All these are taken care of under this Zero to Export training, so that by the time you graduate, after a month or two, you will have been on a better position to carry out product specification, purchase, packaging, and export itself. Next slide. We also do what we call matching Nigerian exporters with potential buyers. We offer matchmaking services. We also offer services for both collective trade fairs and buyer-sellers mission. In trade fairs, one thing that's very interesting in this aspect of trade fair and trade missions is that we recognize that some SMEs, especially women, might not have the capacity to compete with multinationals in terms of participation in trade fairs and trade missions. So what we do is to offer some services that will enable them to also participate in trade fairs outside the country. And we pay for the pavilion over there. We take care of 50% of the cost of air travels. So what you only need to do is to pick your product samples and your necessary contact, your card, your flyers. Then you go with us. We take care of your movement within the country. If there's need for an interpreter, we get that for you. If there's need to sign an MOU, we ensure that we connect you with appropriate authority that will do that, and work with Nigerian mission in those countries to ensure that your export business is seamless. So those are the services we offer for women and youth who are into export, especially the MSMEs. Administration of export incentives. We also provide, just as I explained earlier, we provide facilities for export incentives. There are two export incentives that we currently operate in NEPC. We have the pre-shipment export incentives, and we have the post-shipment export incentives. Pre-shipment export incentives are especially useful for women and youth who are coming newly into the export business, because the post-shipment export incentives are mainly for those who are already into the business of exporting. That means you must have exported, you must have repatriated the currencies back to the country, then you present your documents to the NEPC for a refund. A grant is not a loan, it's a grant of about 30%, depending on the level of value addition. The essence of the incentives is to encourage value addition. So if you are into commodities, what you take as incentive is just about 5% of the FOB value of your export. But if you are into processing, you can take up to 15, 20% of the FOB value of your export. So the purpose of the post-shipment is to encourage more export. But the pre-shipment is to enable those who are just coming up, especially the MSMEs, to also be able to stand and export their goods. And what we do under that pre-shipment, what we do is that we provide facilities in terms of grants for research, for attending trade fairs, for procurement of machines for processing. For example, if you are processing, let's look at soya beans, for example, to soya oil, the NEPC will look at the facilities that is required, and under Export Development Fund, provide the cash grant that will enable you to procure those machines so you can add value and command a higher price at the international markets. NEPC initiatives on trade inclusiveness. NEPC collaborates with some mutually excluded groups to have sustainable and inclusive non-oil export promotion. Women in Export program. This is a program that is still ongoing. We call it Women in Export program, where we work with women who already have the products and provide quality certification processes that will enable their product access the international market. For example, in about a month ago, NEPC was able to provide HACCP certification, that's hazard analysis and critical control points certification for about 70 both men and women exporters. This certification is a third-party certification that will give them better access to the international market, and we provide that free of charge to the exporters. Youth Export Development Program to mainstream youth in the non-oil export value chain. Next. Achievement of Women in Export Program. These are just areas of mentioning of what we have done so far under this Women in Export Program. Over 1,000 women entrepreneurs already trained under the She Trades in Commonwealth project. Over 2,500 women entrepreneurs trained in various product sectors to prepare them for export markets. The NEPC-ITC Business Support Organization Directory was created in 2020, connecting women entrepreneurs to service providers. She Trades beneficiaries share their success stories at a roundtable meeting with the Director General of World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, on 17th March 2021 at the NEPC headquarters. Probably some of the women that were there probably were in this hall today. Currently, applications are being collected from women SMEs under the Export Expansion Facility Program, a government intervention under the Nigeria Economic Sustainable Plan. I've mentioned it earlier. Currently, the portal closed about a month ago, but they are still taking some applications of those who are interested in non-oil export for assistance under Export Development Fund to enable them probably procure machinery that will process their products into finished ones. Next. Focus on Youth Export Development Program. Youth Export Development Program desk was created in year 2020 to mainstream Nigerian youth into the non-oil export value chain. It has 4 components: Youth Enterprise Development Scheme, which consisted of trainings for the youths, Youth Market Linkage Scheme, exposing them to the export market through various strategies, Youth Export Incentives and Finance Facilities, provision of incentives to enable them overcome financial challenges, Youth Diaspora Youth Engagement Program, linking youth with the diaspora, especially in ethnic products sales to the foreign market. Just last week, we had a program at our office in Apapa, Lagos here, where we brought in one consultant that works with Amazon's platform in the US to teach people on what is required for their products to qualify for that platform so that they can sell online. And that program was very successful. Achievements. NEPC is collaborating with different youth groups such as Nasima Youth Export Group, Youth Entrepreneurs, State and Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development. We're also collaborating with Office of the Special Assistant to the President on Youth and Student Affairs. Over 1,000 youth trained on various aspects of export business. That's this year. 2 events holding in Kano and Abuja on 22nd and 28th to 29th of this month of September, respectively, on youth programs and activities for non-oil export area. We have separate components for youth inclusion under the EEFP to spur more youth into the non-oil export program. EEFP is what we call the Export Expansion Facility Program, is part of the economic sustainability plan of the federal government that was approved for NEPC to mainstream youth into export and to assist women to upgrade their export facilities. Presently, leading under the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development Skill Acquisition Scheme is undergoing an industrial attachment with the council to learn about non-oil export. That's just by the side. Yes. The Trade Promotion Organizations Network. Yes, this is a network that was launched this year, of which Mr. Olusegun Awolowo is the president. ECOWAS ITC partnership launched on 15 July 2021 in Abuja, Nigeria. The objectives are: 1, to drive trade development initiatives within West Africa and beyond, to facilitate the dynamic exchange of information, good practices, experience about offering export-oriented services to clients in the private and public sector. 3, to promote synergy and improve the performance of trade promotion organizations in all African countries. The first annual General Assembly of the ECOWAS TPO network was held on 15 to 16 July 2021 this year in Abuja. Benefits. Very good benefits recorded is this. NEPC is now in a better position to identify viable markets and opportunities for exporters within West African sub-region, especially for women and youth. Agreement signed by the president in Niger on the 7th July 2019, that is for African Continental Free Trade, AFCFTA. Instrument of ratification deposited by Nigeria in December 2020 to become a state party. The implementation kicked off on 1st January 2021, the biggest free trade agreement so far in the world, that is well known. Increased preferential access to African cross-border markets worth at an estimated $504 billion and $162 billion for services. Our targets, what's our target? Export-based diversification, that's the purpose, is to reduce economic risk, create jobs for women and youths, and lift millions of Nigerians out of poverty through inter-African trade. NEPC, what are we doing? What are our strategies under this scheme? Positioning SMEs for AFCFTA. 1, currently we are collaborating with the National Action Committee on AFCFTA, ITC, and Afrexim Bank to provide technical sessions and comprehensive export readiness program for selected SMEs, organized private sectors to develop market entry strategies to the African market. Stronger awareness are also being created at the national and subnational levels. NEPC is also leading export market development work stream of the nation's National Action Committee on AFCFTA. NEPC intends to take SMEs to the Intra-African Trade Fair holding in Dubai, in Durban, South Africa in November 2021. They are still working on this. Next steps, what are the next steps? What do we want to do next? 1, massive sensitization and empowerment for women and youth for AFCFTA. Continue advocacy for the launch of digital payment platform with commercial banks, support the Afrexim Bank Payment Platform Initiative, promote value addition for AFCFTA markets, continue to collaborate with NACO, DHL, and other logistics service providers to ease export of Nigerian products to the African market. This is very strategic because when you have the product and there is no means of moving them outside the country, then you have not succeeded. Financial inclusion for women and youth to enhance economic growth. West African Competitiveness Program should be introduced to strengthen exporters. All these are what we are working on. In conclusion, 1, NEPC will continue to collaborate with relevant institutions to enhance non-oil export activities in Nigeria. The implementation of AFCFTA has commenced, and Nigerian SMEs, especially women and youth, should all take full advantage of the liberalized market and free movement of goods and people. The establishment of ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization Network will facilitate the implementation of AFCFTA, especially in West African sub-region and whole of Africa in general. This is very true. The constraints to women and youth-owned businesses are enormous. Except we bring those barriers down to the barest minimum, the transformation of Africa may not be realizable. On this note, the conclusion is this: let us build Africa for Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yeyipo, for representing. Thank you very much. Can we applaud him? Can we applaud him? It looks to me like some people would like to have some tea because this applause is a little weak. Can we applaud him? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I love applauses because not only does it wake me up, but it also appreciates the last speaker, preparing the next speaker, I said, oh, these people are appreciative, so let me do more. We are to take a short break, and it's 10 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Ayeyipo. And some of the points that you did raise are very interesting. And I was just thinking to myself, there should be a kind of yellow pages of all the businesses across West Africa that be made available to everyone, so we know who does what, who's where, and how we can connect. And technology means that we don't even have to move across borders anymore. Still, our governments will need to ensure that things like infrastructure work so that people who are doing businesses, legit businesses, can get the best out of their businesses in their space and sell across Africa. As to say thank you to Ms. Ayeyipo, I'd like to ask that we take a 15-minute break to stretch our legs, because when you sit in one place, all the blood is coming down and it's not the best for you. So we need to keep moving. We need to network. There are exhibition centers across the hall. And I'd like to introduce Dele at this point. Dele? Okay, yeah, because he's going to be assisting in doing this. Some of you remember his nice Erugbon. We call this Erugbon in Yoruba land. It's beer, it's beard. So he's going to be anchoring Dele. We need to put heads together very briefly, if you don't mind, because I think on second thoughts, maybe we should engage our speakers with questions before we leave. How about that? Because I had a question, but he hasn't answered it. So just give me a minute. Let me take permission from Madam Ngone Diop. Okay, I've been granted the permission to take question from the speaker. And in the meantime, because the truth is, I was right. We don't really have to take a break now. But I'd ask that you all just get up. Get up. I'm holding this microphone. So that we can just say hello to your next door neighbor again. How are you? Stretch your legs. Yes, say something new. You know, you can fist bump now. You bump fist, make someone you've met before. That's right. Just say what you're expecting from the program as you're thinking of the questions you're going to ask. That's right. Just a quick one. Yes. Just a quick one.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I like the warmth that is happening here. Okay. We are over and out. Thank you. Can we take our seats back again? Over and out. That's just to make sure that there's blood flow. Blood flow over and out. Mr. Ayeyipo, I would like you to be on standby to take whatever questions or suggestions, because we have heard what the Export Promotion Council has in store. It looks like I stirred the honest nests. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please resume our seats? Thank you. I just wanted you to walk around a little bit so that there'll be blood flow. Can we please take our seats? Yes, that was just a stretch break. 2 minutes to get the stretch going. Now, can we get a microphone across to Mr. Ayeyipo? Okay, Mr. Ayeyipo, I don't know if you could actually take a seat up here so that you can answer the questions while we are getting our panelists ready. Hello. We should be back on our seats by now. Thank you. I will not, if this continues, there will be no break again.
Okay.
Pardon, you have a question, ma'am? Thank you, I appreciate that. Question, I am told that on your desk, by your side, there are microphones. Are there microphones on the desk by the side of all the participants? but we have one up here, so that may work. Because you know how it is? Because you understand that there are some mics on some tables, I can see them. Those mics are live. All you need to do is press and speak. Like the gentleman at the back, there's a mic on your table, is there? Sir, there's a mic on this table here. Just move to the next table, press and ask your question. So can we just identify the 4 people that will ask questions of Ms. Oyeyipo today? Madam, you're one of them. I have somebody here, 2. That's a lot of questions for you, sir. Are you capable of, are you going to be able to take all of them? How many should we allow? Okay, but we have more than 4 hands up. So for those who are in front, you will need to walk up here to be able to speak. So I have 1, 2, 3. Wow. Okay, madam, you are the first to indicate interest. Could you please come forward? And you too, sir. And then madam on this side to start. Very quickly, your name, the organization represent, and it's questions we are entertaining at this point, not comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Maida Zenabu. I am founder and CEO manager for Nigerle SA. I come from Niger. Merci à tous. Ma question, c'est rebondir sur la fin de votre intervention. Dans le contexte.
No, he doesn't, but we have to set you up because there's.
Okay. I try.
No, ma'am, it's okay. We like to,
Okay.
Can technical please come and support and get this working, please? So we don't keep madam waiting for too long.
No.
I like the sound of the French. So I'm going to wait for that.
Okay.
I'm trying to improve my French. So I'm learning new words. So your question is for the Export Promotion Council.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay now? Ok, merci. Ma question va porter sur la fin de votre exposé par rapport à la ZLECAf, qui est une opportunité aujourd'hui pour nous. Vous avez tout au long de votre exposé donné comment les femmes nigérianes, entrepreneurs nigérianes vont être compétitives à l'export. Aujourd'hui, dans le cadre de la ZLECAf, je voudrais savoir comment vous allez favoriser l'échange entre les autres pays membres de la ZLECAf et le marché du Nigeria. Parce que, à ma connaissance, il existe un interlocuteur ici pour importer et qui gère l'importation de tout ce qui est produits alimentaires, la NAFDAC, qui a des règles qui ne sont pas toujours favorables à l'importation des produits. Et is not translate. Okay, please, let me, it's very important. Let me to try
your English. Go ahead, ma'am.
Speak English. My English is so bad, but I will try. Okay. Sir, in your speaking. Okay. Okay, move. Thank you. In the end of your presentation, you speak about ZLECAf, who is an opportunity of exchange. And I know that in my country, I try many times to go through the market, Nigeria market, because I am in Niger. and you know that Niger Republic is neighbored, and you are large, you have large border for 1,200 kilometers, but goods no enter in Nigeria, even if what you want. And the problem is, how can you get to solution to facilitate answer in Nigeria from our goods, because I am in food processing, and you know what NAFDAC, it's a man organization who regulates enter in Nigeria. What is my question? And I hope that you understand what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. We appreciate you. You are one up on us. You can speak both English and French. So do you get what she's saying, sir? Want to respond to that first before we take other questions? Access to the Nigerian market,
Yeah.
and the problem with the borders and NAFTA.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council, as I explained earlier, we are responsible for the promotion of non-oil exports from Nigeria to other parts of the world. The OPS, the organized private sector, are the one responsible directly for issues on imports. But we also play some notable roles in that respect. We don't just abandon it, that since it's an import issue, we also provide some policy direction on that. What we are talking about now is issue of border markets and issue of cross-country trade. What I would advise is this: probably you get a Nigerian partner who will be able to assist in maybe helping you to do the next registration with food agency, especially NAFDAC, that will ensure that the content of your products as declared in your information display panel on your label are accurate and correct, and then issue you a certificate that your product qualifies for the Nigerian market. That one can solve the problem. Also, I know that the Nigerian government is trying to encourage border markets. That's a situation where you have a market at the border of both countries that will be equipped with necessary facilities, financial, and whatsoever is needed, so that you can transact business at that point, and then your goods can move effectively between the two countries. So those are the things that I think you can look into, and you will have the problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iyiko. I suppose she asked that question because Mr. Olusegun Owolawo is also the president of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization. But your suggestion is that create partnerships that would help you have an inroad, and meanwhile, government is trying to open border markets to make it easier. Are we good, madam? Thank you very much. We had someone else from this end. Sir, yes, please. You know, madam, you're going to be able to press that to speak. You just ask your question. I'll take 2 more questions before and I want you to answer 2 at a time to make it faster. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
You can pull it out.
Let me do. Okay, my name is Desmond Umukoro. I'm the principal consultant for the Faro Integrated Service and also a member of JCI Nigeria. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. My question is this: is NEPC a border agency? And if NEPC is a border agency, what is their role as regards exports at our various ports? For example, I want to export foodstuff, cocoa or something. What is the role of NEPC to assist in, mostly at the border, for this trade facilitation to take place? Thank you.
So, madam, can you just press and ask your question? You're there, right? That's right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, my question to NEPC is on services. Your agencies seem to be focused mainly on products, and especially for the after program, people providing services also want to be able to take advantage of these free trade agreements within the African continent. Where do we go to for assistance? Because a lot of attention is on products.
Thank you, ma'am.
Then the second part of the question is, I see a lot of lofty programs that you rolled out and things you are doing. How do you disseminate information for everybody to know that these things are actually there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam, you didn't introduce yourself and what organization you represent.
My name is Dorcas James. I represent Anthrop Management here at this program.
Thank you, ma'am. So do we add one more question to that? Okay, sir. Okay, madam had her hands up first. I'm sorry. And I'll come to you. Your name and your organization, then your question.
Okay, my name is Flora Takim Ndifon. I'm a delegate from LCCI, Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I'm also a member of Nasima Women Group. I am a beneficiary of NEPC, so I can attest to some of the things that are said today. But what I want to ask is that I can see that there's so much attention given to agricultural products. You know, what happened to those of us who are not in the agri sector? Like I'm into the textile area. We are into making bed sheets, clothes, like what I'm wearing, like bags, you know. And I have been to exhibitions and our bags have done so very well, but there is no follow-up to that. You know, so is it that we can't export from that sector, or how do we get help from that sector to be able to, you know, get into the African market and even the global market? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd let him answer those questions first before I take another 3, and then we'll close for the day. Madam, I remember, please don't be, madam and yourself, you've been up for a while. 1, 2, and I want one more from the back. I think I'll take a one of the guys at the back there, the man in white. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. The first question was NEP's role at the border markets. We don't have our officers at the border like the customs or immigration. We don't do that. And we are not also at the ports. We are not at the ports, and we are not at the seaport. We are not at the airport. We only work with all the agencies that are represented both at the border and the ports. And we also offer advice based on your products you intend to export, on where to go, what kind of certification you need. And we also interface with the organizational agency that issue those certificates so as to fast track the process of issuance so that you don't delay your shipment. But sometimes you have a time lag. Maybe within 21 days, your shipment must be done, and you cannot afford to submit your product for certification and to be there for a whole month. So we work with you to fast track the process and ensure that you get your certificate of clearance, attesting to the quality of your products on time to meet up with the shipment. That's what we do. On services, yes, we also have interest in that area because it's part of what we are supposed to do. We currently just finished some aspect of our strategy for exports, which the ITC worked with us to produce. The implementation has not really taken off. Earlier, maybe some years back, we have done some little things with the Commonwealth Secretariat London, whereby we promote some of our services, especially that which has to do with films and banking services to the sub-region. But currently, the strategy is being renewed and reviewed so that it can be more effective and we can push services to a better level. So we are working on that too. So please get in touch with us if you're in that sector. Let's work together. Dissemination of information. Most of what I've talked about this morning are on our website, www.nepc.gov.ng. When you go there, you will even see a lot of things. Even if you are an infant exporter, there are various courses that are related there that you can click on, and then you will learn about what procedure you have to undergo in terms of export, what documentation you need, what kind of products that are available for export, quality standards required, agencies you have to contact to do certification. All these are on our website. Please visit the website and you will see a lot of things to read there, apart from the trainings and seminars we offer from time to time.
So I advise that you just click on that website now to be sure that you're in the right place, www.nepc.gov.ng.
Yes.
nepc.gov.ng, just in case you might need a clarification while he's still here. So, Madam, you have one more question to answer, sir. You have one more question to answer.
What happens to other sector apart from agri? Yes, textiles, we also work in that sector too, especially related to AGOA exports to the US. But we have not been seeing so many people coming up in that respect, despite the fact that NEPC worked with Nigeria Customs Service to secure the AGOA visa stamp that enables individuals to export textiles and other materials to the US duty-free. We have not been seeing people coming up with ready-made products that fit into that market, but we have the facility to assist in terms of pushing those products to the US market under AGOA. Thank you.
What about services? Somebody asked about services.
No, I've
exportation of services.
I've addressed that.
Sir?
I've talked about that.
Okay. So, ma'am, that's right, madam, please come forward. And sir, right. And then the third person is at the back, so that our next panelists can mount the stage and Dele can take over. So, madam, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Ime James. I represent NEW, NECA's Network of Entrepreneurial Women, and I'm a beneficiary. I've attended many of their trainings, and they've been so great when it comes to women capacity building. We've done e-commerce and so many training. I was also beneficiary of those that attended the Amazon training, and I was beneficiary of the SheTrade WTO partnership, courtesy of NAPC, and mentorship for 1 year when it comes to branding and packaging.
Are you in the agri sector? Are you in the agri sector?
I'm in manufacturing.
Agri sector?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can you ask
agri value chain. Yes,
okay.
I am. And
my
question is bordered on my concern when it comes to trade facilitation. We have this loggerhead between NAFDAC and NAPC. They say you don't need NAFDAC to export. This one say you must come through them, they are in charge. You know, there's so much backlash and all that when it comes to some policies, which we really need to tidy up in Nigeria. We find agencies not working in sync and collaborating enough to help MSME and women in particular.
Thank you. Increased collaboration between agencies for export, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Salisu Farouk Okoyemi, a student and
Could you move closer to your microphone?
Okay, my name is Salisu Farouk Okoyemi. I'm a student and representing JCI Nigeria. And I can see that NEPC actually has plans for students, but as a student, I have not heard about NEPC before. And how can we always access this, aside from visiting the website? Before we even get to know about NEPC, we don't know if the website exists. And there are some opportunities like grants. Students are now creating little business for themselves. How can we get this information closer without even getting to meet the website first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Someone in the back there. Okay, could you just press the microphone and ask your question?
I'm Stephanie Sanou from Burkina Faso. I'm more French, so I would like to explain myself in French. Je suis dans l'agroalimentaire. Je suis la promotrice de Africa Top Initiative, une structure qui intervient dans l'agroalimentaire et la transformation. Et je voudrais en fait expérimenter le marché international. Dans mon pays, beaucoup de jeunes comme moi n'ont pas assez d'expérience sur l'exportation ou comment exporter en fait les produits pour être très compétitifs comme il se doit sur le marché international. Est-ce qu'avec votre structure, je ne sais pas si vous êtes d'abord présent au Burkina Faso, sinon comment nous, en tant que jeunes femmes, en tant que vraiment jeunes leaders du Burkina, nous puissions vraiment bénéficier de vos services. Merci.
I believe that the interpreters were, the interpretation was working. So we have 3 questions. If you're Nigerian, are you Nigerian? I would like to entertain one more question from a non-Nigerian. You're not Nigerian. Okay, go ahead, ma'am or sir. I'm not sure. I can see clearly from here.
Okay. Bonjour, moi c'est Touré Mohamed, manager Semoto Consulting et membre de la Jeune Chambre Guinée. Alors, ma question c'est la suivante. Après l'exposé du monsieur, moi je trouve très intéressant le département. Maintenant, est-ce qu'il est possible qu'il nous rappelle un peu la mise en place de ce département? Est-ce étatique ou bien c'est un ensemble de cadres, de secteurs, de business qui sont parvenus à mettre ce département après l'État a pris en considération? Ça, c'est la première question. Deuxièmement, est-ce qu'il y a possibilité d'exporter les expériences accumulées par ce département? Parce qu'à entendre l'exposé, nous savons que ça peut être promoteur pour que la CEDEAO, de façon générale, puisse s'en en procurer et de façon particulière pour que ces échanges puissent aller chez moi, par exemple, en Guinée. Voilà ma question et je vous remercie.
Are we good, Mr. Yeko? Okay, so he's going to answer those questions, and I hope that covers a lot of the areas that people have, the gray areas for other people.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the first one. It's more or less a compliment to NEPC, but it's ended with a small advice and question and concern about multiplicity of agencies doing similar things, increasing cost of doing business, especially for SMEs. Unfortunately, that is the situation now. And we have a committee called Nigerian Committee on Trade Procedures that was set up to harmonize all these multiplicity of documentations so that we can have probably just one or two, like some country has now, and make things easier for our businesses. Under the current ease of doing business too, the government has also tried to streamline the multiplicity of documentations under export to ensure that it's reduced to the minimum. That effort is still ongoing, and they have not been able to do as much as expected. But I assure you that they are working on that, and we believe that they will achieve notable results within a short time. Students on youth export. As a student, the Youth Export Development Program addresses your concern. And currently, what we also do is that As you are coming out of the university, you will go for a National Youth Service Corps. So we also take training on procedures and documentation on non-oil export to the NYC camp, so that as they are coming out to the labor market, their interest can be stimulated and they can also think of probably standing on their own and establishing an export business outfit. That's what we do. But as a student, you can read whatever you need to read on our website and get acquainted with what we do and how you can benefit from our services. On the question about taking advantage of services from the questioner from Burkina Faso. Well, just as I said, you can read what we do online, but we don't have an office in Burkina Faso. Some years back, we used to have offices in African countries and in Europe and in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, but because of paucity of funds, these offices were closed down. Up to now, it has not been reopened. Probably if it's reopened, we will move to the sub-region, and maybe when we are closer to you in Burkina Faso, you can take advantage of our services. But for now, we are only restricted to the country. On questioner from Guinea, Department of Organization, let me just go through them. We have Product Development Department, we have Market Development Department, we have Trade Information Department, we have Corporate Services Department. So these are the departments that takes care of different aspects of needs of exporters. Product development looks at the packaging, the labeling, the standardization, the certification required, while market development looks outside the country to identify market opportunities for our exporters. The corporate service is in charge of administration. Those are the key 4 departments that we have within the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. I think we have taken up some time. I hope most of the other information will be on the website. Thank you, sir. And you can take your leave now. And like he says, Nigeria is open to do business with anybody. Even the Export Promotion Council can still take care of your needs. All you need to do is go online. At this point in time, I would like to invite Dele Balogun. Mr. Dele, come forward. A round of applause as he comes over, so I can rest these old legs of mine for a little bit. So I'm finding someone younger to continue where I stopped. A round of applause, please, as he takes over.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour. Welcome to the forum. Bienvenue au forum. What old legs? She doesn't have old legs. I don't know what she's talking about. But it's my privilege to be here. My name is Dele Balogun. I am the anchor. And I'm here to assist today, and I will be here tomorrow, and I'll be hosting you tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. I was here yesterday, of course, and for an opening day yesterday was really, really awesome. We're just having so much fun here. Now, we're going straight into a presentation now. It's been done by one of our young CEOs here in Nigeria. Of course, it's themed around this meeting. It's my privilege to call on the founder and the CEO of Magic Carpet and Imaginarium Limited Nigeria. His name is Mr. Ferdinand Adimefe, and is coming to present on the West Africa Business Forum. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Ferdinand Adimefe as he comes up.
Perched upon a hill in Africa, seated between the past and
All right, good morning,
the
ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin my presentation, I'll do a very quick play of our showreel, then I'll get on with that. So media can help me with that. You have to take it back a bit, and if there's volume, it will help.
Perched upon a hill in Africa, seated between the past and the future, lies a universe bound with magic and wonder. A land overflowing with palpable dreams. The sleeping giant rises from her slumber and awakens the rest of the world with her. It is on this soil that legends are made, heroes are born, and villains are vanquished. And now, the tale of a continent thought to be buried in the dust emerges as a phoenix from the ashes. A continent whose time has come. This is the story of a new Africa. From Africa to the world.
Thank you very much. So that's the name of the company. It's called Magic Carpet Studios. I'm the CEO. We started the company about 5 years ago. Now, what we just watched, it's called animation. And we're one of the few companies in Nigeria pioneering this. Most of the content we grew up on were produced by Disney, DreamWorks, and many other foreign countries. But I think it's about time that we start to create. Behind every animation product you see is a line of talent that we have the numbers, but we don't have the talent. Now, we're producing our first feature film, which is going to be out in a year or two. It's called The Passport of Malam Ilya. It was a book that was used in secondary school, right? So it's a 2D animation, and it's 24 frames per second. Now, please clap to that. It was quite an interesting one because we said, okay, we started the company to create content for agencies, but along the line, we felt, where is the future? The future is not in doing stuff for brands. It's really in creating what is exportable. And it's the same talent, but it's just the logic and the thinking. So we got the rights to the film, and we've been in the process. That movie would need me to have about 50 animators working for 18 months round the clock. And we don't have that numbers just yet. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. Please, guys, give me the next slide. Yeah, creating Africa's middle class is the new middle class is what I choose to call this, because the world is changing really fast, and I don't know that we understand how fast the world is changing and how we can best position to take advantage of that world. About 20 years ago, when I was still in secondary school, I remember telling my parents I wanted to study writing. My parents didn't like the idea that you were going to study writing because there weren't very many writers who had made it. And they would say, maybe they have a name, but they don't have money. And if you're in Africa, you know that the second one, if you have name and you don't have money, they don't invite you to family meetings. So you better have money, right? So we were all making decisions, not out of passion, not because we love what we wanted to do, but because for survival, right? At the end of the day, I chose against writing, went into medical school, ended up in medical school feeling very out of place. Like my mind was just too active for blood and tissue and cells. And I tried to switch from medical school to another department, and they said, no, you can't go that far. So I finished and ran away. But my own story is not unique to me. Quite frankly, I meet lots of Nigerians who are very creative, very talented, but they're coming from a generation where art was not appreciated, creativity was undervalued, and they never decided to study something that was natural to them. And in fact, the way our educational system is structured, if you're a creative person, you're likely to lose your creativity by the time you graduate. You are likely to be educated out of creativity, right? Everything we go through in Nigerian university is more around, and maybe pretty much Africa, because I don't think it's very far off from Ghana, since I interact quite fairly from there. But the interesting thing is that you were conditioned or taught how to cram, but never how to create. So you come out of school with your certificate, but you really don't know how to create jobs. And everyone is on the street looking for jobs. It's a thinking problem, it's a curriculum problem. But if we are going to talk about creating equality, creating a future for African youth, we need to look into the type of curriculum that is feeding that creative energy. And if it's not sustainable or harnessed, we'll lose it. So the new middle class is something I believe strongly in my heart that in the next few years and maybe next few months, a significant part of the population will be in the creative economy. Guys, let me say this to you. We don't have that much option. By 2030, Nigeria will hit a post-oil economy. And one of the challenges of a post-oil economy, think about it, we're still a mono-economy country. Like literally 75% of all we spend as a country comes from oil. So if we're talking about the giant of Africa, as we say it, hitting a post-oil economy without creativity, without the structures and the policy to drive creativity, is a recipe for disaster. Next slide. Yeah, so once upon a magic, can we go to the next? All right, okay, I think we missed out something there. I had a picture of a few of my colleagues that I wanted to present to you. There's a noise somewhere, sort of like an interference. All right, well, let's go. So I had a picture of 4 of my colleagues I wanted us to tell you guys about. The first is my co-founder, and about 5 years ago, he applied to the company. He wanted to learn he wanted to do graphics. In course of the conversation, I realized he was actually an artist, right? Coming in to do graphics was because that was what was paying the bill. But trust me, he was like one of the fantastic artists I've seen in my life in terms of his drawings. And he was one of the guys that joined me to start the studio, the Magic Carpet Studios. Now look at these numbers. They said Africa has 1.3 billion people, 57 countries, over 3,000 different ethnic groups, over 2,000 languages. The challenge in this thing is that we don't know what is behind the numbers. Population can be an advantage, or population can actually be a disadvantage, right? I know yesterday the numbers have been moving quite a bit. Some people will tell you 60% of our population are under 35. Some will tell you 75% are under 35. But regardless of the number you find and where you find them, one thing that we all can agree on is that we have a very, very sizable amount of young people in the country today who are neither in education or employment, right? So those numbers are a potential, but what are we doing with the potential? I'll tell you guys a few stories. There was one guy in the office that applied. He used to work as a cleaner in a bank, but he's an artist. And he saw the Twitter handle, the Instagram handle. He sent us a message like, guys, I'm an artist. I really want to work with a studio. And then, okay, come over, let's see what you have. We looked at his stuff. The guy had a bit of promise. We employed him. And today he's actually one of the strong hands we have working on one of our major films, right? But up until that time, he was doing a job that could neither harness his potential, and very well, he could do that job for 50 years and not scale, because there is no career prospect for cleaners in this country. In fact, even when you're not a cleaner, there's not so much, right? So imagine when you can do more than that. So when we started that guy is an example of this 1.3 billion people, is an example of the 75% of young people that we're talking about. And if you don't find them and get them into employment, you cannot create the jobs for the future. I will tell you guys 2 stories that happened during the EndSARS. So EndSARS, the whole place was locked down, and there was this particular time we're coming out from our houses, and a group of boys had blocked the road. Now, they don't care whether you were protesting for or against the government. So long as you are in a car and you were driving somewhere, you are the enemy, right? So they had to put all this roadblock. You have to pay your way out of that place. Think about it. We actually think that Africa has a population, but I think that if we don't look, we're going to be joking with turn a positive side into a negative side. If we don't harness that population, if they are not in education, they're not in employment, if they don't have a secure future, you and I are not as safe as we think that we are. We may build taller buildings, but that's not how a society is shaped. So this conversation is very important. I think for me, it's not just about being here, it's really taking out of something, coming away with something that we can actually apply and run with. So the World Economic Forum is saying something very interesting, that 40% of Africans will belong to the middle class by 2030. And it's a good thing to think about. That the way we are going in terms of our data population, the data penetration, the different platforms that are coming up, Africans have the possibility to create a new middle class. But that new middle class is not going to happen without the people in this room, because it doesn't necessarily depend on the government entirely to create a society that can work for you and I. What is required is that there is a part where the private sector would bring in the logic, the public side will put in the policy, but the industry and the entrepreneurs will bring in the passion. If we just have the logic and not the passion, there is no economy. If we have the passion but no policy, there is no economy. Take, for instance, we're supposed to be going into a deal with some South Africans to co-produce a film, and we can't make any progress because there is something called co-production treaties. For 2 countries or 2 companies in 2 different countries to come together to produce a film, their government have to first agree that they are backed by the government, supported by the government to do that. But we don't have that system in place. So in as much as the South Africans can want to come on board, we can't get on board without that co-production treaty. So there's a policy gap that is not driving that creative industry. Please, next slide. Next. So let me talk to you guys briefly about the Africa data natives. So what we are seeing is that with the growing population of people who have smartphones, a smartphone is now the factor of production, right? When we're growing up, the economics would tell us that the factors of production is land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Now, if you still believe in that, you pass your exam in school, but you won't get it right in the real world because the factors of production have changed. Your land is no longer a real estate. It's actually a digital real estate. It's your digital assets. Some people are churning numbers by selling things on Instagram. Some people are doing amazing work by selling things on Twitter. Some people are like, I am a LinkedIn person. I know how much you've harnessed from LinkedIn in terms of investors and even clients. My point is, these tools are there for you to leverage and build. So these data natives are coming on board, but there has to be a sense that without the structure in place, you can't empower them. And I'm telling you guys that give me 1,000 young people, I'll give you 1,000 middle-class family in another 5 years. I'm that convinced that if I find 10,000 young Africans who are willing to learn this thing, right, you're going to change the world. Now, let me tell you what's happening. Animation is one of the subsectors of the creative economy, right? And it's very, very dependent on young people. Globally, there's a scarcity. They can't find enough animators. But locally, we have people who have potential but no skill. Because up until now, no university in Nigeria trains animation. If you are an animator, it's not because you learned it in school. It's because you stumbled on it in terms of YouTube or somewhere else. But we're churning out graduates every year for jobs that no longer exist. And we're seeing jobs that exist, but our curriculum is not catching up just as fast. So you and I are faced with a crisis where if you really want to create the middle class, there has to be an industry-driven approach that the university may adopt when they are ready, but they are not. So let's even stick to what we can do, the industry. India today, almost 40% of their GDP comes from animation and content. India is a major outsourcing hub. When you go to India, when you go to Mumbai, you see like a huge industry factory of 10,000, 50,000 people working in different places, just cutting frame by frame and doing stuff. And they're earning in dollars because it's an export. So people in America no longer animate, they outsource it to Indians. Indians are catching the economy. But guess what? Like Nigeria and India were both colonized by the British. So if you're talking about the capacity to animate because you listen or you can lip sync, which is that you look at the language, the voice, and you follow the frame, Nigerians have better potential, really. Because we actually speak better English and we hear better, but not just Nigeria, Africans. And the Ghanaian English is also closer than the Indians who struggle to meet. But the Indian government and their region have harnessed that potential. The Sahel region does not have that potential. I mean, I went to Rwanda, I couldn't find people. The other day we went to Kenya, we couldn't find people. I went to Ghana, we went to Ghana to recruit, we couldn't find people. I'm talking about a job that exists. And I'm talking about a population of people that exist, but there is just no connection. Today, if you create 10,000 animators, you have 10,000 jobs. That's how it works. Because people are creating content. Think about it. There's Amazon, there's Disney, there's Hulu, there's Disney Plus, there's Netflix. Everyone is looking for content. Who are creating the content? No one. So if we don't harness that potential, that numbers, we will not translate it into jobs. The Indians have done it, we can do it. And it's not just something that actually exists here. It requires a regional integration because if you integrate regionally, you're going to harness even better opportunities. Like our stories are diverse, our art styles are unique. The world is looking at us to come into the picture and tell our stories we're not there. So these data natives is the next phase of the middle class. I really think that if we're going to talk about the middle class for women and for youth, we need to understand that giving them smartphone is half the solution. How do we teach them the ways to create what they need to create? Right, give me the next, please. So globally, the world is looking at Africa as the next big market. But every African is thinking of escaping to a different part of the world. How does it even work that the foreigners are thinking of coming into Africa and Africans are thinking of Japa? Guys, permit me, there's something we call Japa in a way, right? But like how Africans are thinking of escaping and the foreigners are coming every day to invest in your country and your continent. The challenge is that the young African has been conditioned by years of disappointment not to trust in the future of his continent, to believe that the best for them will be when they leave this place. Many of them are drowning in the sea or getting buried in the desert because they want to escape through Mediterranean Sea to Europe. But the potential of Africa is untouched. Africa is one of the richest continents on the earth. Until date, we are the least harnessed. Our people are more dynamic and resilient, but we're doing nothing with it, right? For every Agboro you meet on the road is a wasted potential of someone that could have been harnessed if the chance is given. For every Aristo girl we see by the road and we talk about them, the way we condescend, some of them are there for survival because nothing is taking care of them. There is no welfare, there is no safety net. If you're down, you're down. Literally, everyone in Africa today is a crisis away from debt, or is an opportunity away from breaking into the middle class, right? So guys, they talk about us as a number. Africa is the biggest market, huge population of young people, data penetration. But I do know that we're more than a market. Like if you see Africa as a market, Africa is both the now and the future. Think about it. Africa is both the now and the future. The largest population of young people anywhere in the world is actually found here. Today, most countries, their median age is somewhere around 29 or 30. The median age for an average African country is 18.6, 17.5, 19.2. Why are we hovering around that? It's a gift, it's an opportunity, but do we harness it for what it is? Guys, the next slide, yeah? Okay, so 11.4% is basically a lot of foreign direct investments are looking at Africa, but the structures, the insecurity, all of those things are making them scared of coming down here. Give me the next slide, sorry. Let me go quickly. Talking about the creative side of Africa, if we really want to bring Africa into the 21st century, if we want a society that can work for young people, we need to get into the creative economy. There are many sectors in the creative economy. There are 14 sectors, but I don't know that we even need to harness all of them right now. I think we can start with the ones that are most prime, most ready. And if we begin to push from that place, we're going to open up the space and create jobs, really. So in talking about the creative side of Africa, I'll tell you the story of our studio and what we're doing to basically help create our jobs, right? Create jobs for young people all over the continent. Because when you create the skill, the jobs will come. And these young people are just the skill away from survival. Next, please. So guys, this is something you may not have figured out. Recently, I realized that the world seemed to be running out of stories. So if you look at a country like Disney, in the last 25 years, they did Lion King last year. They re-released Lion King after 25 years. They re-released Mulan, right? Marvel and DC Comics, they have perfected the art of endless repackaging. They just bring two heroes, create one small plot, they will not fight. Why are they doing endless storytelling? They are doing that because, quite frankly, they've touched a lot of all they need to tell about their stories. Here in Africa, we're sitting on a reservoir of stories that have not been told. From Queen Amina to Moremi, from the war of Ashanti to Queen Mali, Mansa Musa. Like, these guys were civilizations of the past that have not just been told. Guys, these stories can make epic. I remember how we all sit down waiting for the next season of Game of Thrones. But we have stories that can rival Game of Thrones sitting down here. No one is telling them because we have neither the right investment, neither the right talent, or even the right mindset to unlock those opportunities. So this is the age of African storytelling. If you remember, Wakanda pulled a stunt on the world. Everybody was like, Wakanda, 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 Wakanda. But Wakanda was a fiction, but there are more facts than fiction. There are more real stories that can actually hold your imagination, grip you the way Wakanda held you. But the question is, why don't we have them? Because we don't have this type of conversation. So this platform is very important because it takes a regional integration and all the trade deals that we need across borders to be able to establish the right teamwork to scale up on this, right? So think about Chimamanda Adichie's book, Half of a Yellow Song, was adapted into film, right? Someone is doing Americana. Like our stories are finding their way into Hollywood. And for every story that finds its way into Hollywood, there are millions of jobs that will be created because they need story writers that are from here to be part of the team. They need the guys that will sit down and build the production to be part of the team. So give me the next slide. Yeah, but like I said, Africa remains untold. I would even add very quickly, even our children are being educated by foreign content. Everything that is being created that they're consuming, their stories, everything is actually foreign content. And I think it's still part of the relic of colonialism that we haven't been able to come to appreciate our language, appreciate our culture. We're still pretty much in the grip of colonialism or imperialism, even if that's the word you want to use. That our understanding of ourselves is seen through less of an authentic appreciation of who we are, but more around the fact that we need to create it for the white to appreciate or the global market to see before we can feel that it's there. But if Africa is really an untold story, what do we need to do to start telling those stories? How do we make the experience of Africa more than the year of return? Because all the Africans in diaspora and even the Black Americans and the rest of the world, they're looking forward to the year of return to connect with their roots. We don't need them to return first to connect with their roots. We can get them to connect with every story we tell. They'll find a fragment of themselves. They'll find their identity. They'll find their essence, even in that story. A story is more than a movie. It's an introduction to something that is deeply true of you. Every story can unlock revolution. It can actually unlock consciousness. It can unlock identity, right? It can fix generational issues. Give me the next, please. So the business of storytelling is part of the future. And if we don't create the skill to tell the story, we can't export. Because if you want to really sustain an economy, export is the way to go. And thank God I listened to the export conversation and all that is being put in place. I think that suddenly I see that we can work together, right? Because somehow if you're in the digital economy, you don't know how to connect with some of the infrastructures in place. But if you're creating something that is exportable, it's very huge. So there is a lot that we can do in the area of storytelling that is exportable. Every content today is actually an export. Right? You don't necessarily need to wait for that which is being mined from the ground, but has been mined from the factories of our minds. Next. So here are some of the, let me talk a bit about the challenges that I think I have experienced even as running a studio, as a young tech CEO. The first one is the quality of training. And I think that this is one area I would really say, if you're a company here, if you're an entrepreneur, can you please make room for trainers in your company? Because there are no other places. Can you at least just make room for 2-3 interns that can learn the art through you? We need to have that consciousness, right? And guess what? If we don't do that, we can't necessarily scale that. So I spoke about how there is no animation in different universities across Africa, right? But yet animation is a global demand. We're talking about data science. Data science is something people have to learn over Coursera because universities are yet to add it. Most universities haven't come the hang on it. There are new tools, whether it's virtual reality, artificial intelligence. These are emerging areas in technology, but we are playing a catch-up, right? So there is a lack of training space, training capacity, and we need to speak to that. Secondly, there is still the inadequate human capital, right? Which speaks to the fact that because if we don't train, we will not have the capacity to deliver on the jobs. The third part is low quality technology, right? The cost of technology is always high. I use softwares that are not created locally. All the softwares that we work with are actually licensed and we pay in dollars. So think about the double-digit inflation, think about the exchange rates, and think about paying for all those licenses. You're going to bleed. And yeah, we bleed, but there are no options, right? So technology is an important component in this. More than just trying to get the young people to learn a skill, we need to figure out how we can have the technology in place. I really think, in my own opinion, I recommend again, every city, every state, in every country in Africa must have a hub that is free and accessible to young people. It is non-negotiable because the hubs are the universities of the future. That's where they can scale up. That's where they can collaborate. That's where they can acquire what they need to acquire. And literally every tech company here must have that hub mindset where they can allow for filtration of ideas, right? But the hub is part of what we need to do. Also, shortage of platforms for exploitation of content, that is changing on a level, but there is still a bit of that needs to happen, right? More contents are actually coming to the fore. Also, access to foreign direct investment and funding. I'll quickly speak to the fact that many times when funding is being developed in Africa, the funding is developed without an understanding of the industry and the space. A lot of the funding today remain inaccessible to people that really need them. I'll tell you about the Central Bank of Nigeria. They have a fund to train animators, to train creative people. And 2 criteria that they put there: you must be a graduate. To qualify for the loan, you must be a graduate. Now, whoever designed that policy did not take into cognizance that not everybody, trust me, you don't need that graduate, that degree to acquire the skill, right? But in their own understanding, maybe they've not had that conversation enough, right? So people can't assess it. And then half the time, if you're a creative company, they want you to collateralize the loan. But you and I know that we must think of capital differently. If you want to drive the creative space, we have to find a way to de-risk the capital that is not necessarily tied to the people selling their blood and sweat and tears. If the capital is inaccessible, then there is no capital. So we can actually say it on papers, there is capital, but if no one is assessing it, and if the young ones can't get it, right, because then we don't have an economy, right? And I think I have faced that challenge, and I think we need to speak to it, right? Capital has to be made accessible. And yeah, clap to that, guys, you should. So the other part of it is the fact that even locally, we still don't appreciate intellectual property as a collateral. So if you're doing a film, no bank will agree that your film is an IP, right? And in fairness to them, they'll tell you they've been burnt before, there is no data and all of those things, but there is something about pioneering a space. We need everybody to come together to rethink capital for the creative economy, to be able to, even if it's matching capital, to say you can bring 50%, I'll match 50%. There are creative ways you can structure that conversation to allow the young people to assess it. So capital remains a major challenge. Here in Africa, we keep celebrating some of the unicorns, whether it is Flutterwave or Paystack. But go check up those guys. None of them became what they were without foreign capital. You ask yourself, don't we have local capital? We do, but the local capital is just to be sure if village people came. All right. So, but guys, I don't know if I'm losing. Am I good on time? Okay. So just really speaking to capital, I really do think that we have to basically work with a lot of these people to understand how we can finance. I was talking about how Paystack, Flutterwave, none of those guys scaled with local capital. And I was saying that the average Nigerian investor made his money through trade or oil and gas. And the way that oil and gas is structured is not patient capital. So they need turnover in 3 months, 6 months. A lot of the creative industry, capital needs to be patient. You need to give it a gestation period of 2-3 years to scale. And if you don't have a gestation process around the capital, you never unlock that capital. So there is a major challenge in unlocking the creative economy. Whether it's fashion or it's music or it's entertainment, we are still facing the same problem. The problem is if you don't give us the capital, we can't create the jobs. And if we can't create the jobs, there is no economy. And if there is no economy, the country is imploding one crisis at a time. We're talking about a double-digit unemployment rate, right? Unemployment rate in Nigeria is hitting 35%. And if you factor in cyclical unemployment, which is the fact that some people are ungainfully employed as well, that number goes up significantly, right? If 80% of the people in Africa are living less than $1 a day, we're not doing too good. We have too many potential. We have too many resources to be performing this way. Thinking is the problem. Industry is not well structured. So the structuring of the industry is something that has to happen for us to be able to unlock the capital. And the government needs to work with everyone to do that. There has to be a deliberate attempt to want to solve the problem, not a lip service attempt. If you talk it on newspaper and you're not solving it, you're not solving it. And if it's not solved, it's not solved, right? So inadequate project development and business planning, yes. When you talk about when you talk to the bankers and financing institutions, whether it's PE firms or venture capitalists, they'll tell you, well, I don't think there's enough data. The point again about data is that our systems of data are still forming and developing, but we have to understand and accommodate the conversation, right? To see, rather than keep an entire population of young people out of employment because are out of job, out of access to capital because there is no data, is there a way you can ensure that, right? And work with them. Let me tell you the story about Bangladesh. Mohammed Yunusa, when he was going to start the microfinance bank. So he realized over time that there were a lot of farmers in their society, but they were not getting, there was no exports. The man sat down with the farmers and said, what do I need to do? He realized a lot of them were subsistence farmers. They didn't have tractors. So what he did was to finance that. I'm going to buy the tractors that can help you scale, and the tractors will work with you guys week by week. So everybody gets access to tractor. He came and said, okay, I'm going to work with you to ensure there is a market for exports. And then they created that export and they took all of those goods and he was negotiating for them and they were selling it. So he did not just stand idly by, waiting for them to figure it out. He became part of the process. And for every challenge he encountered, he came up with an idea and they were able to brought about 45% of their population into middle class on the back of microfinance bank. I know we have microfinance banks, but they are almost like retail bank thinking in microfinance. They are still wearing suits, sitting in cars. They don't go to farm. They don't sit in fashion exhibition. They don't have communities of clusters of entrepreneurs they're dealing with. So it's all bring collateral, let's see what we can do. No, if you're a microfinance bank, you're a developmental bank. You should be on the street, sitting with the creative people, looking at, okay, your numbers are not adding up. I'll get you someone. Okay, you don't have infrastructure. We'll get something in place. Some of these people need their thinking because there is no mentorship in society. Africans are trying to figure it out by themselves. Those that have made it are too busy trying to not to lose it. So they don't have time to mentor anybody. And if you have to figure your way out, there has to be a sense that if you are part of the ecosystem of the financing structure, please meet them halfway. Sit down on the table. Don't just walk away and throw the numbers at them. It's not adding up. It's not looking like it. How do we make this add up?
The tough questions they cannot answer, tell them your ideas. This is what I think you need to do, so that in 6-12 months, you can prepare them to qualify for your capital. If there is no process of preparation, they are not winning the war. We're losing both the war and the battle. Next. So again, the bridging that skill gap is very important. In my company, we're starting an animation fellowship. So what we're basically doing, we want to take about 50 people first, not too much, so we don't break. 50 people, and we're going to train them for like 1 year. And when we train them for 1 year, they're going to be working and learning on the job. So at the end of the day, they're not just being trained, they're earning while they're doing that. Because I learned the first time I took 11 people, because we didn't think of money. By the end of the training, only one remained. Right? Because at the end of the day, they have to come from Mushi, enter CMS. Brother, do 2, 3, 4 stuff, and they are going to get tired. So please, it's not like they don't want to work. They are passionate. They are broke. Please, let's just also be human. Let's put empathy in how we think. Because normally you could come up with a summit. Nigerians are not serious. They dropped out. No, they didn't drop out. They couldn't afford it. Right? I even had one artist that his father kept disturbing us that he makes some money drawing faces. Now I've locked him up to be learning software. His father can't wait that long. Release him, he said. Now, there was another girl that came to the studio. Her father was worried. What's she doing with cartoon? Drawing people. Please get her into the bank. That's not safe. Now, because they haven't seen models of successes, they are afraid that their children can take a chance and not add up. But guess what? In a few years, animators will earn like what oil and gas companies were earning then. It will happen. Because animation is the only subsect of technology that is not reducing jobs, it's demanding more people. Every aspect of technology is replacing job. In animation, technology is creating, right? Animation is 1 + 1 is not always 2. 1 + 1 can be exponential. So the more people you have, the more they earn. So the average earning potential is tied to your skill. If you have skill, you can pay more. If you are one small 3, 4 guys, you might be that for 10 years. So the scale is that we have to find ways to merge it together and collaborate and bring it up to speed. Yeah, so if we want to bridge that gap, we need to think along the side of how jobs are going. They say the jobs are unfolding. In the next future, softwares will take more jobs will come. How do we reposition our curriculum so that people are graduating for jobs that exist? Because many people today graduated, but they're outdated. Before you even were ready for the job market, the job was no longer existing. While you were learning the ropes, the technology was changing the rules. So you showed up with no job. And that's why people are talking, it's not village people, it's curriculum. Please give me next. Right, so this is what it is. For Magic Carpet, which is the company I run, right, in the last 5 years, we've been able to keep it through. I have lived through all the journeys from fighting capital, looking for talent, right, to get it to the point where we're now working for international companies, right, doing stuff for people like Cartoon Network and the rest, but we need to scale it up, right, because for more success, you need more people. So we're having to create that fellowship. You apply, we take you for 1 year, but it's giving us a loan because the cost of training is expensive, right? So even to get a desktop or a laptop for training, all runs in millions. And for these things, they're high gaming system, right? But the infrastructure, the equipment financing have to be right? For us to be able to do that, if there's no equipment financing, we're just going to be making noise. We'll come back again and we'll still say the same thing. But we have a plan. Our plan is 3 things. What Disney, Pixar, and the big companies have done, we want to do. We think that Africans can create something that can actually go out of the world now. It's not only us bringing everything in, right? The last time I checked, they said even toothpick is imported. That one is imported. So let's start thinking about how we export the best of us, export things that can actually contribute to the global economy, right? So we started, like I said, in 2017, and we are here. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, I've spoken about Magic Carpet. Just keep going. Our vision is to really put Africa on the map through the stories we tell. Keep going. I'll share the slides because there's a lot of things here that I can't speak to because of the time. But again, I'll just make the point I'm trying to make. The wealth of Africa is in our people. If we don't develop the people, we'll never unlock the wealth, right? And we must stop thinking about statistics as something removed that is just kept on the paper. These are real numbers. They have names. They are Kofi, they are John. They have names. And if we see them for who they are, we can get closer to solving that problem. Next. Keep going. Okay, let me just speak to this. This is the global animation market. Is worth over $259 billion US. Africa is making less than 1% of that number. But based on the population we have in the world, there is no reason why our contribution to these global economies, how do we expand our market share? How do we take that number from 1% to 5% is why Magic Carpet exists. And many other amazing studios in Africa who are doing amazing work. Like I'm so excited about many other guys who are doing stuff across the continent, but nobody can get it right without systems and structures to help us sustain and scale up on that. Next. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, I'll speak to this and I'll wrap up in 5 minutes on this particular slide. I saw this by Bomi Fabemi. She's a writer, and she said something that I think for me has been echoing over time. She said, colonization is really just a big blip in the history of Africa, but it has just an outsized impact on African realities. I really think that many of us here today, we need to start to see ourselves differently, right? Don't define yourself through the colonial era. Africa has a lot of civilization. If you go back in time, there are many things Africans have that the global world needs, right? From the African art in Benin to the Nok era, there are many things in Africa we haven't even touched. So I want to leave you with these 7, next slide. I want to leave you with these 7 arresting questions, right? The first thing is, I would ask you, what if Africa was never colonized? So whenever we want to tell our stories, we ask ourselves this question: what if Africa was never colonized? If I tell a story from a point of empowerment, where the people are seeing themselves as empowered, not as victims of history, but as champions of history, then you're reclaiming their sense of identity and leadership. The second question I'll ask you is, what if Africa colonized the world? And the colonization is about cultural export, because in a sense, Africa colonized the world, not just with boot and guns. If you talk about the history of music, is it jazz music, soul music, hip hop? Every music has its blueprint in Africa. Today, no, every music, check it out, has its history in Africa. The first university in the world has its history in Africa. And for us as a studio, our philosophy is rooted in authentic African storytelling. Like we own it. We are not moving. We will tell it the way we were. We'll tell it to make our people proud, like you are African. The third thing I'm saying here, can we call it a world if Africa is missing in the map? Can you ask yourself that question? Can we? It won't be a world. It won't be a world, right? And so Africa is missing in the creative economy map globally. And yet we have the potential, we have the raw material in talent and skill and stories. We just need the infrastructure, the training, the skill to do that. The fourth question I'll say is, what state will an uncolonized Africa be like? And will an uncolonized Africa be an uncivilized one? Because somewhere along the line, we actually think civilization is westernization. Those are some of my square, but I shall drop it. Westernization and civilization is not the same thing. There is a civilization that is authentic to you and I, right? You know, in primary school, if you speak your native language, they'll walk you out. They'll drive you. Like, why are you speaking vernacular? That's what we used to call it. Now we wake up, we can't speak vernacular. Our languages are endangered. But therein lies ancient wisdom, parable, proverbs. They are so rich that we can actually pull those proverbs and bring back ancient wisdom. So Africans the young people are now light, because somewhere there's a depth to us that we've lost, right? I have a fan. Yes. All right. I'll wrap up on these 2 questions. What are your dreams for Africa? And what if Africa was remembered for its true greatness? Because when we speak of Africa, it's less a place, more a people. You and I are Africans, and the future is Africa. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Let's give it up properly for Mr. Ferdinand Akinmefe. I'm going to hold my mic. Wow. If you enjoyed that, let's give it up one more time. Let's put our hands together for that. I don't have to ask whether we have questions. It is impossible that after such a presentation that there will be no questions. So how many people have questions? I know. However, I'm going to have to ask that you write down your questions. We're going to take them, but not right now, because that presentation took a little bit longer than we had scheduled. We have one more panel discussion before our tea break. So what we want to go straight into that panel discussion, and then we'll take the questions for Mr. Ferdinand before we have our tea break, okay? Is that all right? Do I have your agreement? Thank you very much. Thank you, you're too kind. So we have a panel discussion coming up now, and it's my privilege to introduce the panelists for this discussion. It's an interactive discussion, and I was just looking at the profiles of the panelists, and I was thoroughly intimidated with all these very, very accomplished people who are coming to speak with us in a couple of minutes. But I'm going to start introducing them, and then I'll bring forward the moderator at the end. So the first panelist I'm going to introduce on this particular panel is Mrs. Modukwe Oyekunle. She's the founder and CEO at Masterpiece Resource Development Center and the national coordinator and the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. As she comes up, please just choose your seat. She's a prolific speaker, a certified trainer, a development expert. Sorry? Well, that's the one I have. A life coach and an educationist with extensive years of experience in organizational design, youth and entrepreneurial development, and human resource management. She is currently the national coordinator of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, a coalition of 52 women associations in Nigeria with representation in the 36 states and the FCT. Please make her feel welcome once again. Thank you very much. The next panelist I'm going to introduce, I think I'll keep her name till the end because she came up a bit early, is a national of South Africa. Well, that's probably let the cat out of the bag already. Do you know who I'm talking about yet? Her name is Vanessa Fala. I hope I pronounced that right. Am I correct? Is it Fala? She is the national of South Africa and recently joined the International Labour Organization as the senior specialist for employers' activities at the ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean. Ms. Fowler was named one of the winning women in April 2014 by City Press, one of the biggest newspapers, which recognizes young women making meaningful contributions to the business sector in South Africa. She was also nominated for the 2015 Most Influential Women in Business and Government in South Africa. On 8th December 2015, she was conferred the Global Sustainability Leadership Award by the World Sustainability Congress. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. You're most welcome. It's good to have you here. Thank you. The next panelist is Mrs. Zainab Mamadou Maida. She's a promoter and CEO of a transformation unit in the field of dairy in Niger. She was one that asked a question earlier. When I was reading, I was kind of putting the two and two together. She's the president of the Niger Industry Professionals Organization since the June of 2018. She's also a member of the board of directors of the Regional Strategic Orientation Council, CROS, of the AUF since 2020. She's also held several positions within the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Niger, notably as Councillor of the VR Republic, member of the Ad Hoc Committee, National APE Monitoring, and a member of the National Council of Private Investors. In December 94, that's quite a way back, she became a promoter of the dairy processing unit, Niger Milk, based on a strong ambition to bring negation to mediocrity and to provide the Nigerian population with products with high nutritional value. You're most welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. That applause doesn't seem like you're happy she's here. I missed out a very important part, madam. She has so many honorary titles. I'll call one or two of them. She's a Knight of the French National Order of Merit, 2009. She's a Knight of the Order of French Agricultural Merit, 2006. And she's an officer of the National Order of Merit of Niger, 2017. That's just a few out of the many I have here. So thank you for being here. Thank you so much one more time. I'm going to introduce a gentleman. Whoa, that's great. Now, the next panelist is Jeff Achempong, who is here with us also this morning. Jeff is the co-founder of Blossom Academy, where he drives the business strategy of the company. Being at the forefront of innovation and talent development, Blossom Academy is working close to the Africa Tech Skills Gap through data science bootcamps and dedicated careers support. Prior to founding Blossom, Jeff was a founding member of Esusu Financial, a leading financial tech company providing data solutions for the low to middle income consumer. He is a Princeton in Africa Fellow. He also holds an economics degree from the New York University. He is an Expo Live Global Innovator, a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, and was named a Future of Ghana Pioneer. Let's give it up for Jeff Achempong. It's good to have you here. You're most welcome. Most welcome. The final panelist we have on this particular panel is Mohamed Kane. Let's put our hands together for him. Born in Kenema, Mohamed Kane, a Rotary Peace Fellow, debate coach, youth, peace and human rights activist, holds a bachelor's degree in human rights. He further studied global education, human rights dimension at the Network University in the Netherlands, and human rights, peace and security in Sweden and Cambodia, arranged under the auspices and sponsorship of the Swedish International Development Corporation Agency. Mohamed Kane is also an Executive Strategic Leadership Management Masterclass certificate holder from the Jacobs Abbey Global Institute for Leadership Studies. Let's make very welcome Mohamed Kane. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Wonderful to have you here. And now I get to introduce the moderator for this panel for this morning. She is probably the most known face in this room. Well, you know, I'm partial. Her name is Mrs. Tokunboh Chiedu. She's the CEO of Compass Global Business Services. Tokunboh has 24 years experience of developing and managing public-private partnerships with a particular expertise in setting up joint working arrangements between sectors. A graduate and an ambassador of the British Council Interaction Leadership Program, which is a program set up to equip and encourage a brand new set of community world leaders who together want to start the transformation of their country and continent. Inspired by interaction to forge ahead with new ideals and new approaches, Tokunboh developed the enterprise exhibition Compass Global Business Services as a platform for realizing her own personal dreams, which are to engage the diaspora in the transformation of the African continent and to develop links for the future collaborative working arrangements to the mutual benefits of Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. Please welcome me, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Mrs. Tokunboh Chiedu as she comes to moderate this panel.
Distinguished guests, actually prefer to hold it. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, business leaders, sector champions, friends, family from the region, you're most welcome. You may give yourselves a round of applause. I think we all earned that. Thank you so much for making time. Thank you to the ECA, Madame Diop and her amazing team. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I say that on behalf of everyone. I've heard a lot of very commendable feedback about this process. And I'm not just saying that because I'm involved in it. I'm saying it for the record because I believe the people who said it meant it. So thank you for bringing this to Lagos, Nigeria. We salute you. As a Nigerian, I salute everyone who is here on behalf of my country. As a Lagosian, I thank you for gracing us with your presence. And I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this process. You are most welcome. Distinguished panelists, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you because I know you're going to bring your best from the wells of your experiences. We are all going to learn, and it's really what we are here for. Thank you for your coalition. You are welcome to this panel. Really what we want to talk about is blueprints. This is what the session that we had just before now, which was led by Ferdy, really was to look at what are the blueprints for effective women and youth empowerment. So if we just take a moment to consider the word blueprint, it means a plan. What's the plan? It means the what and the how to do. So the question today is, how do we spur the empowerment of youth and women towards Africa's transformation agenda? This is why we're here. We all have superpowers. We are the transformers. It's in our hands. So I welcome our panelists once again. And I'd like us to just start, by engaging the topic. What is your view, Ms. Fala, on the blueprint? What is working? What is your organization doing? Can you give us some case studies? 5 minutes, please.
No problem, thanks. And I also want to just relate it to Ferdinand's presentation, which I think was outstanding. And I think it has also set the tone for this discussion. The ILO, and I'm very happy to announce that on the 14th of September, the International Labour Organization launched the Nigeria Youth Employment Action Plan with the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development. And for us, this action plan is the blueprint that really guides our work in the next few years. And I would like to zoom in on 2 issues that are also highlighted in that particular action plan. Issues around entrepreneurship. And the action plan identifies what needs to happen in order to support persons who want to establish, start, operate enterprises. The second issue, and it touches on your presentation, is around employability. And then I like your input around what are we developing in terms of a responsive curriculum to address the needs of the future skills that will be demanded in the future and even currently. And I tried to also touch on that yesterday. And what I've been trying to do yesterday and today is also to look at what are the opportunities for ILO out of this discussion. I would like to see a situation where I go back to Abuja and I say to my team, this is what I had, and this is what I think the organization can contribute based on the discussions that came out of this very important inaugural conference. And I'm also happy because my colleague and I, after lunch, we are meeting with GIZ, the Dutch donors, and they are interested in supporting the implementation of that particular youth employment action plan that I spoke about. And I think I have gotten some inspiration and also some information that I can use to really make an impact, because I also heard somebody yesterday talk about this should not just be a talk shop. What are we going to do with the information that is coming out of this? And I also want to challenge Ferdinand as well, and to say, what are you doing to contribute to the development of curriculum that is responsive to your sector, to your industry? But in addition to that, what structures are there that are either driven by the Federal Ministry of Education or at the state level in Nigeria to make sure that we understand, we identify the skills that are required in Nigeria now and into the future, and also in West Africa? What are the structures that exist at the national level to be able to say, for this subcontinent, this is where the skills are in terms of the demand, and these are the structures that are in place to actually contribute towards the development of those particular skills. So I'm interested in what our young persons doing with the knowledge that they have gained over the years and the understanding that they have in respect to their own industries and their own sectors. And how does our institutions of higher learning contribute to the development of the skills that you need? There are different skills in the digital economy. You spoke about animation. I mean, there's quite a lot that is required, and I think there is an opportunity to contribute towards that. So I am saying, as the ILO, we have a blueprint. We are working very closely with the Ministry of Youth, Sports Development, and I think that particular action plan give us an opportunity to really engage and have a discussion on very important critical issues of skills development that are important to drive the Africa dream and the Africa aspiration. Thanks. I hope I didn't go over.
Ms. Fala, thank you so much for that. There is something very key in your response, and I picked up on, if there are no structures, there cannot be a framework, because you are asking about what is in place. What is in place? It is when we have the systems in place that we can develop a framework around those systems. So these are really fundamental issues. And I am looking forward to the outcome of these meetings and your deliberation with your team members, because I think it is really the vision of the ECA. I speak the heart of Madame Diop because I was here from the beginning and I understand the design of the process that we are on, or the journey now. So we are very happy about where your mind is going. And for us, you're asking all of the right questions. Again, if there are no structures, there cannot be a framework. So we have noted that. And we're going to give Ferdy an opportunity to respond to some of the things that you're asking at the end of this session. But thank you for a very robust response. So I want to quickly go. I want to speak to Mrs. Modukwe Oyekunle, who is National Coordinator of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. This is really a coalition. There are 52 individual women organizations that belong to this network. So they are quite a formidable force. And I wish for you to please give her a round of applause, because when Madame Diop reached out through her office and gave us this assignment, we came running to this woman and said, look, Nigeria is being called, we must answer. And I want to thank you for all of the things that you did to make today a success. So I want to come to you with a very important question. So the data that I have here says that only 20% of African women are in paid employment, 20%. Only 20% of African women are in the corporate sector or wherever they are working. 80% that are remaining are elsewhere, in the informal sector, MSMEs. I want to really understand, what is the blueprint from your organization's perspective? Why do you have a coalition of 52 individual women associations and networks from across different sectoral backgrounds? Why is the need for such an organization as yours? And what exactly are you doing to support these 80% who are elsewhere within our economy's ecosystem? Over to you, madam, in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'll speak holistically, but then that congratulations to me goes to all the women that are seated here. So if you're a member of ANWBN, all the member associations, and you are seated here, I'd like you to stand up for recognition because she's actually saying thank you to you all. Please stand, all the women here, stand. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right, the blueprint, the first major blueprint is what we call our W National Business Agenda. Now, when the coalition was put together about 7 years ago by Center for International Private Enterprise, the core reason for putting that coalition together is because we realized that, everyone does things in silos. And there's a need for collaboration. There's a need for a voice coming together. There's little that we can do for in silos. And so that coalition was put together. You have the WIMBYs, all the different women cut across Nigeria. And then we came up with what we call the W National Business Agenda. That document is an advocacy document that is research-based, that looks at all the issues that women are facing in Nigeria, especially women in business. And then we had basket full of a lot of issues, but from the basket full of issues, we're able to narrow down in the first edition to 4 critical issues. And one of it, that we always, I'll talk about the second edition, but let me talk about the first one. The first edition, we had access to finance. But from the access to finance perspective, we realized there's an issue with citizens' engagement for policy implementation. Now, a lot of people say we don't have policies. We have policies, but then we need to engage the ministries, agencies, parastatals, all that we have, to engage them for policy implementation. And I'll share a success story from the first women agenda. Then BOI had, there was a policy on access to finance, and the entire form for accessing loan was too much for even women to, once you see the form you're going to fill to be able to access loans, you just say to yourself, you are not going. And ANWBN engaged BOI several years ago, about 6 years ago, engaged BOI, one after the other, looked at the loan form, reduced it, took out a lot of duplicities, and a lot of all those things there, and reduced the number of the forms to make it easy for women to be able to access funds. So a lot of women were then, it was easy for them to go for that. So synergy with stakeholders, ensuring that all agencies are discussing with us. He mentioned it when he was talking. So you are looking at a policy for me, and yet you are not discussing with me as a woman. I am not discussing with all of us and the organized private sector. So there's a need for that. Now, secondly, the W National Business Agenda, which is the second one, we have a second edition, has 5 key priority areas. And the 5 key priority areas is what is in the front burner. Every one of us, we know it. High rate of insecurity. High rate of insecurity is number 1. Nigeria right now, if you want to travel to Ondo, ordinary, in fact, Ondo is too far. You want to go to Ogun State. You are thinking of how to get there. You are praying prayers to ensure that you are safe. And then you are praying prayers to ensure that your goods are safe. I have one of our women here. She sent a lorry load of rice from Kano. Now, till today, she can't find it. She can't find the truck, she can't find the driver, and she can't even find, her goods. So there's an issue of high rate of insecurity. Now, access to finance, the capital is there, but we have to reduce the bureaucracies from ensuring that people get it. Gender inequality. We have to sit at the table where discussions are being made for all these 80% of women. How many women are there? And when the women that are there, what are the skills that they have? Are we putting the right people in the right hole? Somebody was talking as he was talking at the back, I said, oh, he should go, we should give him a political appointment. And I said, I don't know whether he's interested, but if he's interested, the political party is going to allow him Do you understand? Or number two, is he willing? So you have good people pushing away from democracy, from ensuring that they are on the table where policy, I'm not talking about what you are doing in your different silos. I'm talking about at the table. Democracy is about participation. How are we ensuring that the issues that affect me as a woman is being discussed, and I'm there and I'm putting a lot of things in place to ensure that it's done? So we have pushed for that. We had a policy dialogue as a coalition in Abuja this March, and we got all the major parastatals, and we're engaging. We have strategies for engaging the legislation. We also have strategies for engaging and preparing our women to be able to take political parties. We also know, political roles. We also know that how many women have funds, to be able to buy tickets. So there are issues, and we are collaborating with NDI, National Democratic Institute of Republican, International Republican Institute, to be able to put that together. They're coming together for our summit in October, where we're going to discuss what are the strategies for us to raise women for political appointments, and also change our mindset to be able to participate, so that we can, and my core focus here, and I want to stress it, my core focus is that we need to sit at the table. That's my focus. We need to sit at the table where decisions are being made for us. We cannot be sitting outside of the table. We need to sit at the table where decisions are being made for us, with us, through us, and for us.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oyekunle, for a very robust answer. So I have picked up on something which I want you to respond to when I come to you again. So to what extent is your coalition of women networks engaging in regional issues? So if you are this strong and this dynamic, where are you going with all of these lessons in terms of the transformation agenda which we are talking about? How is your lessons going to count for Africa's progress? Because again, this is a regional platform, and I'm sure there are many, many ideas which I know them, but I want those who are in the audience to be aware that your doors are open for partnerships. The coalition is very much for the region, etc., etc. So I'm going to come back to you in a moment. Ms. Fala, I'd like for you to please speak to how your work is affecting the issue of citizens' engagement for policy implementation, or considerations and implementation. Because I really think that being the ILO, you're in a very opportune position to affect that. So I'm coming to you for an answer. Right now, I'm going to Ghana. Isn't it wonderful? I'm here in Nigeria, but I'm going to Ghana. And I'm going to speak to Mr. Jeff Achiapong, who has gladly, he's been working with us because we did some virtual roundtables where we wanted to find out from a sectoral perspective, what will it take on this same issue of empowering youth and women towards Africa's transformative agenda or transformation agenda. Mr. Achiapong, according to the UNECA, only about 17.8% of young people, right? Africans have internet access. I know that you are in that space. I know that your organization's work is around this area. And I wish for you to talk to me about, or talk to the audience about, what is the implication of that? You know, we're talking about the future of work. We're talking about having skills that can meet the demand of the 21st century. We're talking about the post-pandemic era and the issues that are associated, you know, with the marginalization of sections of the community, youth, women, even the elderly. You know, many issues have arisen now because of COVID. And so if we're talking about all of the potential that we have, the promise that Africa is, the promise that you are, the promise that I am, and how we're going to help Africa keep its promises. What has this issue got to do with it? Please, in 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the question. I think before answering the question, it's imperative to also talk about what we do to give some context. My life philosophy is very simple. To help Africa's youth become resilient in a global economy, because I believe everyone deserves to put food on the table. So when we say become resilient in a global economy, that has to do with internet access. How do they partake and actually make money and make a living in a global economy? The organization I run is called Blossom Academy. Blossom Academy exists to close the tech skills gap in Africa's job market through data science boot camps and dedicated career support. So why data? Well, the reality is that every business is generating data today. According to research, there's about 2.5 quintillion bytes of data being generated every day. That's 2.5 with 18 zeros, to give you some perspective. Now, secondly, according to IBM, the demand for data scientists is growing by 28%. And we are seeing this happening year on year. However, what really led us to focus on Africa's read some stats at college some years ago and realized that in Ghana, about 250,000 university graduates are entering the labor force each year. It's only 2%, that's roughly 5,000, are securing employment in the formal sector. So it's a question of how do we actually identify high potential, high caliber talent, provide them with appropriate skills needed in the global economy, and then connect them to industry. That's how Blossom Academy came along. When we first started, I realized that a lot of the youth we are trying to empower are not in a position to pay. So we partnered with organizations like the Dubai government, the German government, to teach at no cost. And then we connected them to companies across Ghana. So thanks to the ILO, we got them into the World Food Program, a bunch of them, Fidelity Bank, MTN, etc. But what's really fascinating about this, and I think this was one point I really want to make to the youth here, when you're implementing a business organization in Africa, it's important to focus on market creating innovations. You realize that although you're focused on data, the market is not as ready yet. So we had to launch an analytics consultancy that really helps Africa's brand unlock the hidden value of their data. So train them to become ready, and then we are in a better position to actually connect talents to them. And what's beautiful about this is that we are seeing some of our graduates who are also getting jobs abroad, right? So living in Ghana, but they're making upward $6,000 a month working for companies in the US. And that's where the internet comes into the picture, right? One of the constraints that we always face all the time is that they don't have good internet connectivity. However, I'm also proud to say that Ghana is one of the countries that I've been to, African countries, that has really great broadband, but it's expensive, right? So when we think about internet connectivity, you also have to think about the expense that comes with, buying bundles, for example. So to mitigate this internet challenge, I think one of the things that we've always been thinking about is how do we engage stakeholders abroad? People who care about African youth partaking in the global economy, how do we bring them here, right, and help them actually provide the necessary infrastructure for them to partake accordingly? So one of the things that we do in our model is that although we focus on unemployed youth, we realize there's a segment that's also not catered for. That's working professionals. So they come through our program through a part-time track. We train them from 10 to 15 weeks, and we're seeing that within 3 months of graduating from the academy, they either get promoted or they switch careers. So you're seeing an increase from anywhere from 4x to 6x relative to what they were making before they joined Blossom Academy. A good example is a lady called Priscilla, who came to the academy making about 1,000 cedis a month, roughly $200. Now she makes about 6,000 cedis a month, roughly $1,000, right? And that's impact. So when you look at people like her, we also wonder, how do we take it to the next level? Not just, solving the problems locally, but how are you also solving problems on a global scale? And I think that by collaborating with different stakeholders like telecommunications, like governmental agencies, that would really help bridge that internet penetration gap that we are facing at the moment. Last point I'll make though is the fact that I think it's important to also trade short-term gratification for longer-term payoff. We came to the market knowing that data is something that is very new. However, we realized that, hey, it's important for us to think about the long term. If we're able to break into this industry, we know that, the sky is the limit, right? And we think that by fixing this challenge of data, of companies not being data-driven, they will also start to understand that it's important to bridge the internet penetration gap. And eventually we all solve our problems as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chepong, thank you so much for a robust answer. I want you to respond to something when I come back to you. And this is really concerning the issue of the gender divide, right? In women's youth participation, right? And that there is a widening gap, right? And in your sector, right? There's a widening gap in digital divide. And I want you to speak to how this affects women youth participation. I'm also asking the same question to Ferdy, because it has a lot to do with some of the things that, some of the responsive, innovative things that you are doing in your company, specifically to address the issue of digital gender divide. Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, thank you. So I'm coming back to you for that. Now I'm going to Niger. That's where I'm going right now. And we are going to be asking Madame Mamadou some questions. I understand that Niger is one of the strong companies in Niger. And I wish to understand, Madam, what was the inspiration that led you into this business? And what are the specific things that Niger is doing to facilitate the entry of women and youth into your sector? So you may talk to us, please, about training. You may talk to us about the things that, are maybe a concern for you, which you want to leave at this regional table for the attention of Madame Ngone and her team. So over to you, Madame, in 5 minutes. Yes. You may please speak in French. We will hear.
Oui, merci. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci, Madame Diop et distingués invités à vos rangs et titres respectifs. Nigerlais, c'est vrai que c'est une entreprise privée qui est née en 1994. Et compte tenu de l'environnement, nous avons, et du fait que j'étais une femme, dans un secteur qui était jusqu'à présent dédié qu'aux hommes, ce qui est sûr que ça n'a pas été facile, mais il fallait avoir un atout qui était celui d'abord de ma formation. Je suis un ingénieur en industrie agroalimentaire, ce qui fait que quand on me parle technique, je comprends de quoi on parle. Et j'ai choisi un métier qui est un métier lié aux hommes. Et vous savez très bien que dans un environnement avec les hommes, on essaie toujours de vous poser des pots de banane pour que vous puissiez glisser. Mais la connaissance, la compétence font que dans mon secteur aujourd'hui, je suis leader. Et ce que je voudrais dire pour tous ceux qui m'approchent, les femmes, les jeunes dames qui veulent entreprendre, je leur répète à chaque fois qu'il faut avoir la conviction de réussir dans le domaine que vous avez choisi. If you don't have conviction, you can grow up. It can't be facilitated. Et ce qui est sûr, c'est que quand vous avez en face de vous des interlocuteurs qui comprennent que vous avez la compétence et que vous savez ce que vous dites, c'est plus facile d'avancer. Pour les jeunes, il ne faut pas être pressé. Malheureusement, nous avons une jeunesse qui est trop pressée. D'abord, qui ne se convainc pas du chemin sur lequel ils veulent parcourir, qu'ils veulent aller. Et ensuite, ils ne sont pas, comme l'a dit un autre intervenant, les curricula doivent être revus. Ils n'ont pas la fondation qu'il faut en termes de connaissances. Et donc, ils ne peuvent pas avoir souvent la compétence pour réussir et transcender les différentes difficultés qui se présentent à eux. Nigerlais que je dirige depuis 1994, donc je suis fondatrice et présidente directrice générale de la société. J'emploie 150 personnes et parmi ces personnes, vous avez 12% c'est des femmes et 10% sont des employés en situation d'handicap, que ce soit des femmes ou des hommes. Et en termes de jeunesse, j'accepte beaucoup de stagiaires qui souvent, à mi-parcours, laissent tomber les stages parce qu'ils estiment que c'est trop difficile d'être en stage avec Madame Maïda. Parce que je vous challenge. Je cherche à savoir si vous avez la compétence pour être à un poste donné. Voilà ce que je peux dire. Et Nigerlais, c'est aujourd'hui plusieurs milliards de chiffre d'affaires par an. Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, Madam. So experience, skills, and knowledge to be able to bring those ideas that can transform to the table. That is the summary. Bear with me. Thank you so much for that, Madam. So I wish to read an extract. I'm going to Sierra Leone now. And I am going to be addressing my question to Mr. Mohamed Kane. He is representing West African Youth Network. And as you take the question, you will please remind us what your network does and what is the blueprint that you are bringing to the table, or what are you committing to do or continuing to commit to do on behalf of the theme, which is to bring to bear empowerment initiatives that will transform women and youth on the continent. So, Mr. Kane, I'm reading from a UN report, and it's a matter which is really close to the hearts of everybody, especially women. So it says here that in West Africa, President Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone in February 2020 declared a national state of emergency on rape and gender-based violence. And then it talks about the reason why, as a result of various protests and campaigns to do with the sexual assault of a particular young woman. Now, we're aware that there has been quite a history when it comes to the experiences of women and youth in your country as a result of the war. And I can just imagine how much your organization is doing to help stabilize and to help those youth and women who are now marginalized, maybe as a result of having been made, an orphan, or some of them have had to be involved in the war itself as youth soldiers. So I want you to take us to what you do as an organization, and to really bring us into the place of knowing, are things getting better? And what is the blueprint that is working for you that we can perhaps refocus on due to the coalition nature of this process? So over to you in about 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for bringing that question. The issue about the civil conflict and whatever is something that I think, for me, normally, when I do my presentations right now, I don't focus on it because it has passed almost 10 years. But we talk about developmental processes. You talked about the president coming up with a kind of enforcement in terms of rape and whatever. That was basically because the incidences of rape cases were highly in the increase. And because of that, and we all know that the greater development of a child has a proportional effect in the youth. And by so doing, it was very much necessary to ensure that there are laws that really enable society to respect women and young girls. So as West African Youth Network, our institution was established in 2001 to ensure that young people's voices are being heard in public policy formulation. Since 2001 to date, we have been doing a lot of things gearing towards youth development. And when we say youth development, in our dictionary of defining youth, we don't know who is a disabled, who is able, who is a girl, who is a boy. Youth is youth. And this is what we've been missing over time, because most often when we talk about youth, we only focus on specific sets of individuals and those who are, in most cases, vulnerable. Because the vulnerability aspect has been what people have been actually attaching to the definition of youth. I will take you through some legal instrument because I told you about our work that we work in public policy formulation. If you look at the UN resolutions, in fact, they are all of the institutions talking about youth are just age-based definition. And these age-based definitions varies from either country to country or from programs of one institution to another. The UN, for example, will tell you the UN resolution, they will tell you youth is 15 to 24. And when you look at the Commonwealth, they will tell you it's 15 to 29. When you look at the African Youth Charter, they will tell you 13 to 35. And also when you look at the ECOWAS, 15 to 35. When you look at even UNECA report of 2011, youth we are defined age-based as 15 to 39. So now if you look at all of these age-based definition, you realize that, I mean, if there is no uniform way you can actually attack youth issues if you want to focus on youth in Africa. Because what definition by age is in Liberia is not the same in Nigeria. It's not the same in Cameroon. It's not the same, simply because we are looking at age. So now what we do is looking at the young folks and also see programs that we think can really add values to them, because we are more into social entrepreneurship. And by that, we do a lot of trainings for young people. And by the way, do you know that you can be in a room with 0-degree AC, but you are still sweating? Simply because your mindset is not there. It's not in that particular room, but what is happening out there. So what we now do is that over time, the media has been one of the key instruments actually projecting issues around young people. And trust me, in West Africa, mostly the media project young people negatively. Negatively, I mean, when they talk about youth, especially in our context in Sierra Leone, the first thing that happens is bad things. Forgetting the fact that there are several other young people who are doing developmental programs. And that is why I've always argued that when the society becomes problem for young people as well will become problem to society. And as a result, we actually need to come up with mechanisms like what we are doing right now. We are doing what what we call participatory video projects. And our participatory video project is about going to community, local communities, profile those individuals that we think are not actually being visible by key policymakers, by key partners, bring them forward, learn them how to use videos to tell their stories, and then project to communities wherein we invite stakeholders so that they share exactly what they learn. And I know very well that the success of that has been unearthing raw talents from the places that people have not been actually considering to be kind of sports.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kane. I wish to have some clarification on something that you said. So you talked about the media projecting the youth negatively. Which media? Are you talking about African media or global media?
Well, when I talk about the media, be it social media, be it the mainstream media, and in fact, currently we have many citizen journalists right now. Trust me, Madam Tokumbo, let two young people be fighting out there. You will see the citizen journalists will be covering it for free. But if you are organizing entrepreneurship training here, some will be expecting transport refunds, especially in our context. So that is telling you also that when it comes to positive things that young people are doing, it is hard for it to be just captured and then published free, as compared to when bad things happen, when it is being published free.
Okay, so what I think you are talking about is what gets amplified, and how that is also contributing or sort of making the problem greater than it is really. It's about amplification. It's about really having, taking a sense of responsibility when it comes to that, knowing that this is not really helping the situation. Okay, so we thank you for your contributions. Thank you so much for the insights that we have had so far. I did say I was coming back to Ms. Fala to get your perspective on what Mrs. Oyekunle said about citizenship engagement in policy. So over to you, Madam.
Thanks, and I'll be brief on this because I'm aware we are running out of time. I did say that the work that the ILO does is build and concretized on social dialogue. So everything that we do is based on thorough discussions and engagement, right? So specifically in issues around youth entrepreneurship and youth employment, the ILO convened the 2019 Global Youth Summit or Forum in Nigeria. We brought over 200 young persons from about 65 countries. And that was an opportunity for young persons to also articulate from their perspective, what does the future of Africa look like, but also what are they expecting from policymakers in terms of the direction that must take forward. We also work very closely with the Nigeria Youth SDG Network. And in the past, we've conducted a number of surveys, and for us, this is basically to collect data because we also want to make evidence-based policymaking. We don't want to assume that this is what is required. We need to go out there, collect the data, understand the facts on the ground, and then translate those into actions. And through those processes, we are able to get responses from young people about what policies are working, what programs are working, and what can be done differently in order to address their respective needs. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Ms. Fala. So, I mean, really, the point of that question, and I was deliberate in asking it, is just to make the point that, you know, people always say we want to be at the conversation table. We want to be at that place where the decisions are being made. And it is interesting to note that there is a way to get there. It's not by existing in silos, like Mrs. Oyekunle said. It's by joining and being a member of a network that is perhaps working and talking with the ILO as part of a process. So if you are here today, I believe that Madam Oyekunle, you're going to speak to how your work is going to affect the region and what you are doing to bring the women in the region together. Because this is a regional forum, they're all here, I'm sure some members would like to sign up. I'm not advertising for you, but it sounds like it. Madam, how is your work going to contribute to the lot of women and young people in the region? What are the specific things you're doing in 2 minutes, please?
Okay, thank you so much. To actually engage at the region, we'll begin nationally, which is the coalition, being a member of the coalition, and the coalition also ready for partnerships and alliances. But then I'll probably look at a case of African Free Continental Trade Agreement. That came to my mind when you asked the question, and I noted it. So SIPE, in collaboration with the organized private sector, the organized private sector is not totally inclusive at the moment, but at least we have NECA, we have MAN, NASMI, about 5 of them. And so through SIPE, ANWBN was involved in that organized private sector. And we had a program recently to engage the presidency and the office of the vice president on what is going on with respect to after. Let me use the word after for ease of understanding for a lot of us. Some people call it full, some people call it in a short form. Now, if you look at it, in other regions, you will see that other regions are doing a lot. Africa, Nigeria, we're trying. Let me know, my trade expert is right. The president of OWIT, she's right there. If she was sitting there, she'd be fighting the talk on after right now. And however, we had an engagement with ECOWAS Commission and then the National Action Commission on after. And what we are actually asking for is a seat on the council to be able to discuss on issues that affect us as African. Yeah. Now, secondly, is exchange with coalition partners outside of Nigeria. Through SIPE, we've been able to have, exchange engagement with coalitions outside of Nigeria. At least we've engaged with coalitions in Kenya and some other African countries, and we've discussed with them, sharing a perspective of what they are doing and what we are doing in Nigeria and how we can leverage. And they are really so excited about us in Nigeria with respect to our women national business national agenda. And we're also looking for partnering with coalitions like that outside of Nigeria to look at what they are doing and then learn from them, because we don't know it all. We have some coalition partners that are, coalition of women, female enterprises outside of Nigeria, and we want to leverage on what they are doing and be a part of it. Then last but not the least, to actually engage regionally, there's an aspect of data, and we're like the Deputy National Coordinator we were talking, she's the president of AWEP, we're seeking to speak to our own Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala at the WTO on what can be done to women in the region with respect to trade. And so we're willing to work on that, is willing for partnerships and alliances to ensure that in issues that affect us can be sorted out. If you look presently at now, the federal government is saying that the border is open. Well, it looks like it's open, but if you count from the roundabout, like my sister said there when we were talking, from the roundabout of Badagry to Seme, you will count over 51, borders, and women have to go through this. And it looks like it's short. They say it's open, but it's short, it's not open, So many things are going on, and we need to engage with respect to partnership, with respect to alliances, and then data collection so that we can say these are women in different places, in the different sectors. So if you say, okay, fine, we want to do something with the manufacturing sector, we can say, oh, these are the women, they are in we know the number in Lagos, we know the number in Southwest, and we know the number in Southeast, we know the number in, South, in North Central, Northeast, Northwest, in all the core geopolitical zones of Nigeria, and we have that as a core in ANWBN. We have a strong zonal representation. Some of our zonal coordinators are here, and we have state representation, so that, at that level, we can say that we are truly represented all over Nigeria. We're not there, but we'll definitely get there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam. That was a robust and full answer, and it touches on all of the critical points that I had in mind when I asked the question. Thank you for that. So I'm coming to you, Mr. Achiapong. So the data reveals that the rate at the moment is that there is an 11.2% gap between men and women regarding internet access. So you are going to break that down for us and speak to the issue of a digital gender divide. And what is the blueprint? What is the approach that we should be taking at this time? Thank you. And at the end of your response, I'm going to invite Mr. Dele Balogun to please come and coordinate the Q&A for Ferdinand's presentation as I leave the podium. Thanks so much. So I am leaving, but he's taking over. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the question. Really love the point you made on data collection. I'm open for business, by the way, so if you need data collectors. But no, it's a really good question. And at Blossom Academy, I would say there are three main challenges that tends to prevent women from partaking either in our working professional programs or our cohorts in general. Number one is finances. Not having the finances to actually pay. Number two happens to be family responsibilities. I remember the very first cohort that we did, it was funded by an international organization, and one of the ladies, when she got to the very last round, she said her father doesn't want her to go through the program anymore. She should focus on taking care of her siblings at home. And number three is a few number of women in STEM. There aren't enough women in STEM, and these are the barriers that we are seeing when it comes to women enrolling in our programs. So what are the implications? Number one, realize that it leads them to becoming unemployed or underemployed. So even if they're employed, they're not making enough, right, to cover basic necessities, which is extremely problematic. Number two is, I'll actually share a very quick story. There was a lady who went through our program last year. And I remember I was having a conversation with her in my office. And I was telling her that my iPhone, I couldn't hear when people call, when people call me on the phone. She goes, oh, she can fix it for me. And she did, and paid her for it. And she was so surprised that I gave her the opportunity to fix the phone. Because according to her, back at school, when she started this business, there were guys who were teasing her that, how can a woman fix phones, right? They didn't really give her the opportunity or even hear her out. And I think that this even affects women in entrepreneurship as well, who are looking to launch tech businesses, right? It's a mindset problem, a mindset shift. And number three is the biggest implication that I think trumps this all is their dependence on their male counterpart. No one should be dependent on someone else, right? If you've been given the talents, the skills, it's important for you to be compensated, right, adequately for your skills and not be dependent on someone else. So what do we do at Blossom Academy to essentially address these challenges? We focus a lot on partnerships. So we're talking to a lot of women empowerment focused organizations to essentially raise the importance of having more women in STEM. We also implement training programs for them at no cost to really essentially level that playing field. Because if not, it would affect the implications that I briefly mentioned. And number two is, I think there should be more exposure to women in STEM in general, right? The reality is that there are quite a number of women who've gone through our programs who are successful today. However, when we ask them, hey, come back and do a video or talk about experiences, they usually become shy, and you cannot really blame them. So by getting that exposure, right, or encourage someone who is young, who is in secondary school or in primary school, to actually say, hey, when I get to the university, maybe I should be learning computer science or mathematics. It shouldn't always be about linguistics, right? And I think that that would actually change the narrative in the long term and encourage more women to partake in the tech economy.
Wow, thank you so very much, Jeff. Let's put our hands together for this entire panel and this very, very robust discussion, ably moderated by our great moderator, Tokunbo Chedu. I'd like to take a few questions, like we said earlier, from the previous speaker. Once we take a few questions, we're gonna have a group photo, and then you guys can go back to your seat. I know there were some people that had questions, excuse me. Yes, I was going to take some questions for the previous speaker, which is Mr. Ferdinand Ferdi. But since we've just heard this panel, maybe we should take one or two questions for these people behind me as well. So let's do this one first, and then we'll wrap up with the questions for Ferdi just before we go on a short break. So on this panel, I can see a lady here. I saw another one. Any gentleman questioner? No? That's two. Any more? All right, can you just please come to this microphone and ask your question? And direct it to whoever it is you're actually asking so they can respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to make some clarifications with the gentleman from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
I want to know, you said youth is youth. You know, I'm having some issues, you know, with that because that's why we are having, you know, problems with our developmental interventions. I believe a male youth is different from a female youth, and we need to make that clarification. We just heard now, for instance, people organize a IT program for the youth, 18 to 35. An 18 to 35-year-old man, youth, will not come with babies. But that is not the case for a female because they are their reproductive, you know, stage. I believe that you need to consider the intersecting dimension, you know, of people because they come with different, you know, baggages. So are you still saying youth is youth? Or maybe I didn't hear you, you know, right?
Okay, did you get that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, I said youth is youth in our work. And what I mean is that we don't segregate whether you are a male or a female. And that is why I told you about the UN resolution, I told you about all other reports, the age categories. If we go by age definition, we'll definitely miss the mark. So what we do is, let me share this with you. I was doing a program in the interior, and I had wanted to talk to the youth leader that is in Gendema, the border town to Liberia. And the person they presented to me was close to my father's age. I had to work with him because in their context, that is who they refer to as youth. And they told me he's a youth leader, and I had requested for a youth leader. So we just have to understand the dynamics, because what we are saying, what I was saying here in essence is that when we do our youth program, we don't want to know whether you are physically challenged. We have your priority areas relating to that. Yes, I know very well that the challenges young women face is far different from what the male folks face. So it all depends on the approaches that you use and exactly the specific programs that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Does that answer your question? Not the way, okay, we can have a chit chat during the break since you'll be here for that.
And we'll have a one-on-one discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, madam, could you please just go to the mic? Yes, I've got. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Flora Takim Difon. I did ask a question yesterday about how do we capture the rural women in what we do? And I'm here again to emphasize that question. I work in Lagos, but recently, sometime last year, when the central bank appointed us EDI, they did say we should go and work in Cross River State. And when I got to Cross River State, I noticed that the bulk of the people who are in active engagement are women, be it cassava farmer, palm producers, corn, yam tubers, and all the rest. And I was asking, where is the presence of all the associations, groups, and empowerment programs in this community? There was none. So my question here is that how do we bring those group of people to join your association? Because, I was able to put together women who are into cassava, not only cassava, who trade in the whole value chain of cassava, starting from the farmers to the people who do the gari, the fufu, and the rest, Then we also have people who are women who are in the palm, sector, who do the palm oil, what we call ogogoro from palm tree, and the rest. How do we capture those women and bring them into this forefront? And how do we also carry some of these programs to the rural area to be able to impact these women?
Okay, I'm sure that question is for me. Okay, I would quickly network you with, I'm not certain if the South coordinator is around, because I heard you said Cross River. Yeah, so we have a South zona, and where? Benue State. Okay, so Benue State is under North Central, if I'm clear, right? Benue, that is, okay, so we have a North Central Zona Coordinator. Majority of our executive members are the back there. I think I have a Northeast Zona Coordinator. Okay, yes, she's there. So for Northeast, she flew in from Abuja. We have someone from Kano. So we would network you with the Zona Coordinators and then the state representative for Cross River. We would also let you know the associations that are within that state. We have list of associations that are within that state and their contact, the different associations. So whether it is Farmers Association, Market Women, COAN is very strong. There are some associations that are strong across, the 36 states. 50 million women speak. AWEP is in Cross River as well. So we'll give you the list of all the associations in that state, but that can be given to you before you leave here, so that you can know who to talk to and how you can bring them there. However, the thing you need to know is that there's also a mindset in working with them. They are more organized than us. I need to say that. The rural women are more organized than us. However, the things that entices them, the things that gets them are not the things that get you and I. So you want to have a meeting with them. Otumba and I were talking when we were coming. Ordinarily giving them, I should be giving them one gele or something. When you bring them, there's a way to bring them. And once you bring them, if you tell one leader in that same meeting, you are certain of seeing about 1,000 women, and that is what the politicians use. They know it. And that's why they don't joke. They know that's why they appointed who is the Yaloja of the Federation. So that one Yaloja of the Federation will tell all the people in the market to shut down. And they will shut down. They will not sell food to you. One person will tell them we are not opening market on Friday, and they will not open. So we have the Market Women Association as well. So what am I saying? There's a way to reach them. If you reach them very well, they will come for that meeting, and they are well organized. They just need a bit of capacity building, training, putting themselves together, and work with them to be able to upscale them. Which brings me to the core issue that I want to bring to the organizers of this this conference. There's a major. This is my personal This is my own personal thought for this nation. And it was alarming to me when I saw the statistics recently by SIPE, of the number of micro enterprises we have in Nigeria. This is a research-based document by SIPE on, looking at African free trade, continental trade agreement. Now, over 41 million people are in the micro space. Now, that is the captured 41 million people. Now look at the gap from that micro to small. They captured over 70,000 people in the small scale enterprises. And then you have, in the medium, you have just over 1,000. Now there needs to be an intentional, please, I don't know, I believe all the partners and alliances can help. There needs to be an intentional framework for the migration of the micro enterprises to scale up. It must be, and we must have what would I call a roadmap to say in 4 years, in 8 years, in 10 years, we have been able to move this number of micro enterprises to small enterprises, and these are the things that we need to be able to achieve it. But then we will see you immediately after so that we can connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Oyekunle, for that very thorough and detailed answer. Like she said, you can have further discussions during the tea break. There's just one more question here to my right. I hope it's a question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Alors, bonjour, je suis Valentine Sama, la présidente de l'association des femmes chefs d'entreprise du Togo. Ma question concerne la coordinatrice du réseau de l'association, enfin le réseau des femmes d'affaires du Nigeria. Alors, la première, en fait, c'est par rapport à la ZLECAF, c'est pour savoir comment les femmes s'organisent dans votre réseau pour développer justement la résilience afin d'avoir un mécanisme qui leur permette d'être concurrentiel, notamment au niveau de la recherche et développement. Parce que nous, on se rend compte dans notre association que si cette partie n'est pas développée en continu, ou si nous ne mettons pas en place un centre de recherche et développement qui nous permette vraiment d'être concurrentiel afin d'arriver à vendre nos produits à l'extérieur, nous ne pouvons pas vraiment y arriver. Donc, nous voulons à partir de là avoir des échanges d'expérience pour savoir comment ça marche à ce niveau-là. Et aussi, au niveau de la CEA, la question s'adresse à Madame Diop, c'est savoir comment vous comptez à partir de ce forum-là, comment vous comptez instrumentaliser, justement faire pérenniser ce forum en mettant en place une plateforme du réseau des femmes chefs d'entreprise et qui relaie l'information pour des partages d'expériences en continu. Et nous savons aussi que si l'ODD5 qui concerne l'égalité des sexes n'est pas réalisé, beaucoup d'organismes disent que tous les autres ODD seront vraiment négativement impactés. Et pour nous, c'est vraiment important d'avoir ces éléments de réponse et c'est pour cela que j'ai voulu poser la question. Je suis aussi entrepreneur. Merci.
Thank you. Who was that directed to?
Okay, I think the first one was directed to me, and the issue of what are we doing with respect to AFTA and women, and critically that is talking about gender mainstreaming when it comes to AFTA, and how women can be competitive with respect to African Free Trade Continental agreement. I recall at the just concluded Abuja program where we were looking at gender mainstreaming, some of the women were around And there were two scenarios. First scenarios were women that are big players that could understand all of the, permit me to use the word, all of the English that was being spoken. And then you will hear some women say, you know, I don't even understand what you people are talking about. I'm just hearing after. I don't understand what you people are talking about. But then the solution to it, which we've been able to look at, is that because when you talk after, you're talking big players, but then small players can come together in clusters. So the key issue with that is for women to be competitive, we cannot play small. I hope that is going down. We cannot play small. So there's a need for collaborative effort, coming together to work together to be able to become competitive. That is one of the critical things that were put to the fore. And I want to put that to us. And it means that for us as women, we need to change our mindset. If even for some of us, you'll come to meetings like this, you just carry your bag and then you have gone after 3 days. We need to network. We need to collaborate. We need to know who is sitting by your side and then look for different clusters to be able to be big players. Secondly is, I think nationally, there should be hubs to be able to, the idea of hub, like she has mentioned, is something that we have to look into. It's been looked into, and I know a lot of, even the ministry, a lot of people are doing something in that light. But the first thing I would say is that coming together, collaborative effort. But I don't know if we can allow, I have a trade expert here that can say something to that. Is Auntie Blessing here? Is she there? Okay, all right. So, Mrs. Otumba, do you want to lend a voice to that, or the Deputy National Coordinator? Can you just give them 1 minute to lend them? Thank you. You can use the mic.
Good morning, everybody. I believe very strongly that if we all collaborate together, we'll be able to get much more out of what we're getting now. But the main problem about this is that you need to know what you're looking for. A lot of people don't even know the processes of after. They need to be trained. Capacity building is very, very important. And we need to translate what we're doing in Nigeria to other states. There was a lady that spoke earlier from Burkina Faso. I had to go and meet her to tell her that I'm willing to come to Burkina to help her train her people. We need to have people that have volunteers that can help the other sisters in other states to develop what they have at the moment, to help them know what they need to get to be able to function within the within the West African zone. A lot of things are very strange to a lot of women. Even if you collaborate and you don't have somebody to take you through, it's still difficult. And in getting clusters and getting the big collaboration from the people that are really big in the export trade, it's not just aggregating them or getting the outgrowers together. You need to know the standards, the trade barriers. There are too many things to know. That's why it's very important for us to do the capacity building. Whoever can translate what we know and can translate to other states should come out and help the women. In this place where we're seated, we have a lot of people that have the capacity to train. If people can talk, go and meet with the people that have come with those desires, tell them and lend your own experience to what they have. Give them the opportunities that you have and train them as well. Everybody can be, I think it's one for all for one. We can all come together and help each other. Let's start from here. People can meet with those people that have the needs and go ahead and train them or bring them together to lead them to where they need to go and teach them how to get there.
I hope that answered this question. Capacity building for competitiveness.
Thank you. Yes, I believe it does. Thank you so very much. That was so detailed. Yeah, are we good? Okay, 30 seconds, please. Can you be, so we can.
So
thank you.
That's the president of what the question is, how do we mainstream gender when it comes to after to make our women more competitive in the issue of AFTA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Blessing Arabo, Assistant National Secretary for AMWB. Yes, we've been talking how do we mainstream gender, but between you and I, we know that the trade laws, trade policies have never been gender sensitive, or is it gender neutral balance? But the only way we can mainstream gender into AFTA is to take cognizance of all the challenges that women are facing, making sure that when we are preparing this policy, the document, we must properly capture women into it. All the policies in Nigeria that we have in the ministry, if you go and check it, they are all in clause. Women really don't have a full breakdown of how women can benefit into AFTA. And some of the recommendations we've made, just like she said, is capacity building, taking it to the grassroots. How do women understand what AFTA is in the first place? You have to really tell them how AFTA will benefit them, how there will no longer be an informal sector, but every sector has to be formal for you to trade in AFTA. And the only way you can do this is have a lot of capacity building, have a lot of sensitization workshop, and also I wrote one time that we should develop some of this training in our local languages, have our radio station talk about it, walk through traditional leaders that can help explain to women why it is necessary, especially those ones in the agro sector, to do the work. And another way to go is that women must understand, for you to be competitive, your product, there is no gender friendliness in terms of products, but your product must meet all the standard requirements and standardization. And it is when the government start to support women, that is only when the women can. Look at the global certification, they are all very expensive. So we are calling and we are asking donor agencies and government to help to support women in acquiring standard certification and obtaining the right standard for their products so that they can move forward to participate in AFTA. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so very much. Thank you very much. I like the part where you said that because a lot of the women who are working in the rural areas are not educated, at least not at the level of the average business person, it's best to have these solutions taken to them in their language and through their traditional leaders. That would really make much of an impact. Thank you so much for your comments. So we are now ready to take a couple of. Who is the question for? Aha, good. Okay, so you're first on my list. You can come to the mic. We're now going to take a couple of questions for the previous speaker, Mr. Ferdy. That was Magic Carpets and Imaginarium. And, and I know a few people have been keeping their questions for him. Can I have a microphone for Mr. Ferdy at his seat so he can answer from where he is? Please go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Yes.
You need to step up to the mic. We need to hear you now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Fumio Duaye. I'm a chartered accountant and I run a business, CF Associates.
Can you please start again? Just
Okay,
come.
said,
Yes.
good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Fumio Duaye. Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Fumio Duaye. I'm a chartered accountant and I run a business, CF Associates, the firm of chartered accountants and business secretary. And I'm here as a delegate from Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industries. So my question to Ferdinand is in respect of harnessing the youth potentials. Those potentials in the youth. And I mentioned the fact that there are jobs and there are no use to take up the jobs. And I was going to ask him that, look, so are you creating platform to engage the youth, to educate them, to acquire skill, to acquire knowledge, for them to be able to be productive? Because there is no point saying there's job and there's nobody. And we need the youth to need to understand that they need to make investments in their knowledge, in their skill. You understand? So that's I was going to ask. And I'm happy about the question. I want to touch on Ms. ILO, Madam, and Mrs. Madam from Nigeria. When you talk about even for the youth, there's need for them to know that they need to make investments in their knowledge. They need to have patience. They need to understand that, look, yeah, you need to create value before you start talking about money. Because most of the people, just like Madam from Nigeria said, they are not ready. They want something to happen fast, without trying to invest in the knowledge that they need to do. So those are my person. So we need to create that learning platform, you know, for them to be able to apply the needs. And the other thing that even in the framework, sorry, I will round up now. The framework that some guy is talking about, we need to have the framework. How do we disseminate the information for the people to be aware of what is happening, for them to know where to go to when they need this information, when they need this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope at least Ferdy got his part. So let Ferdy respond. Yes, I think you can come first. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the question. As a studio, we've done over 100 training in the last few years. And we have about 30 people that we work with directly. February next year, we're taking about 50 for another 1 year training. But again, we can't continue to trickle. It can be scalable. And I think for us, the conversation of this kind of platform is to say, let other studios do the same. And not just in animation where I play, across the spectrum of the creative sector, it impacts on young people. If you're in agriculture, if you're in fashion, if you're in music, we could find ways to create opportunities for the young people to work closely with industries and learn. Somebody asked the question about what have we done in the context of curriculum upgrade. We approached Yaba Tech, that was about 3 years ago. We proposed to them the need to add to the curriculum areas that are more sellable. But actually they said you don't do that with the school. You have to go through NUC, right? And you propose to NUC. NUC will now go through their process, and if it's eventually adopted, they will do a mass deploy or invite everybody else and all that. So, and he said to really add to a curriculum takes about 5 years to really get to that point. So, and what he said was, you guys do your film. Once the government, they see the success, it's a lot easier to work into the door with the scale and international scale. Now, have we done the NUC level of conversation? I haven't, right? But I still think that on the company level, we're doing the one we can. We currently went into partnership with Pan Atlantic University to create sort of like diploma courses. So at the end of the 1 year, you have a certification that can get you a job anywhere in the world, so long as you are certified by that. And I think that's what we're doing at the level of our studio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferdy. Please, please step to the microphone. I'll take just 2 more. So this is one. I think that was, okay, 3 more. Is it done? Gotcha. Madam, can you please take off your mask? Because I think it's impeding the sound. We hardly heard the last lady, please. So it's clearer. Then you put it on right after.
Merci beaucoup. Et moi, ma question s'adresse particulièrement à la présidente du réseau du Nigeria et puis au monsieur du Ghana. Madame, je voudrais savoir un peu comment vous arrivez à manager l'étendue du territoire du Nigeria en termes d'organisation. Par contre, je voudrais peut-être faire une suggestion parce que je trouve que c'est très complexe de pouvoir amener à bon port toutes ces femmes dans ce Nigeria aussi grand. Et je fais partie du réseau des femmes qui sont chargées de faire la formation dans le cadre de la ZLECAF et pour le compte de la CEDEAO. Et j'ai rencontré beaucoup de structures de femmes du Nigeria, en tout cas dans le travail que nous faisons. Et je me dis que pour qu'on arrive à atteindre le résultat qu'on veut en termes du succès de la ZLECAF, il va falloir segmenter les secteurs, c'est-à-dire avoir des organisations professionnelles par secteur. Et je pense que ce serait plus efficace si je sais que je m'adresse à des femmes productrices d'igname, à des femmes productrices de ceci, productrices du lait, ça aura plus d'efficacité en termes de l'intervention pour professionnaliser les personnes dans le cadre du commerce. Et aussi relativement au commerce dans le cadre de la ZLECAF, je pense que nous sommes là pour ça. Nous sommes là pour ça et c'était ça la manifestation d'intérêt de Mme Ngolé Diop. Mais ce que je trouve dans votre intervention, c'est tellement très intéressant que vous devez avoir plus de temps pour nous parler de comment vous êtes en train de travailler pour rendre efficaces les entreprises des femmes. Parce que même si vous avez dit que vous voulez amener les femmes à être sur la table de discussion, les tables de négociation au niveau politique. Je pense que ce qui est important ici de noter, c'est que la femme doit travailler pour s'amener à la table politique. Ce n'est pas à travers nos mouvements de femmes qu'on peut tout simplement arriver à la table. Aujourd'hui, je parle du cas de mon pays, dont je suis sûre que c'est pratiquement la même chose dans tous les pays de la sous-région. Aujourd'hui, tu ne peux pas être chef d'entreprise simplement arriver à la table de négociation si aisément. Je prends le cas de celle qui est là, Madame Maïda. Je sais le parcours qu'elle a fait pour être là où elle est. Et aujourd'hui, elle est à la table parce qu'elle a eu une masse financière qui lui permet d'être à la table. Donc, si vous voulez amener les femmes rurales sur la table, il faut d'abord organiser et très bien les organiser pour qu'elles arrivent à porter leur voix devant ces hommes politiques. Parce qu'on parle de la politique. C'est la politique qui te permet d'arriver sur la table. Et donc, moi, je suis productrice d'arachide et je fais la transformation d'arachide. Je produis de l'huile d'arachide. Je sais de quoi je parle quand je vais dans les zones rurales. Et je vois la difficulté de la femme rurale à être là où on veut qu'elle soit tout de suite. Tant que nous qui avions la connaissance, nous qui sommes sur le terrain politique, on ne sert pas de fil conducteur pour ces femmes-là. On ne peut pas amener tout le monde sur la table de négociation, c'est évident. Mais nous qui sommes là déjà, quel rôle nous devons jouer pour que ces femmes-là se fassent entendre au travers de nous? Parce qu'il faut qu'on parle ainsi. Et par rapport au niveau de connaissances que Mme Maïda a abordé, c'est très, très important aujourd'hui, le niveau de connaissances. On ne peut pas aller très loin de l'entrepreneuriat. Tous ceux qui ont parlé ici ont un niveau de connaissances influent. Et c'est pourquoi ils ont réussi. Donc, on ne peut pas tout de suite dire la femme rurale doit venir sur ce plateau pour pouvoir forcément vendre son produit. Je pense qu'ils ont mis des enfants au monde qui ont étudié. Ceux-là doivent servir d'interface pour qu'on puisse vendre les produits des femmes rurales ou des jeunes ruraux sur le marché régional ou africain. Je voudrais aussi demander au monsieur de Ghana, peut-être on va discuter une box avec lui pour voir un peu comment est-ce qu'ils pourront nous aider à mettre les mêmes dispositifs qu'ils sont en train de faire au Ghana pour le compte de notre pays, le Niger. Et oui, voilà. Donc, j'aimerais aussi vous rencontrer, madame, à la fin, pour travailler avec vous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, madame.
Thank you so much, Madam. I see a question, I see comments, I see you, picturing us as a nation and as a coalition and ways we can even improve on what we are doing. Thank you so much for that. And I can cut through your passion with the way you spoke. Thank you so much. The first thing that you said here is that how are we able to organize and manage ourselves with, with the scope that we have, talking about Nigeria. And so the first thing that we did is to break ourselves into zones. So that's the first thing that we did. We have zones, zonal coordinators that, including FCT, that's the first thing that we did. And some of them are here. Secondly, we have a platform. Excuse me, let me take water. Thank you. Secondly, we have a platform for the presidents of associations, such that the discussions that are going on or the informations we posted on that platform, and immediately the presidents have it and they can network with the secretariat to get things on. That is actually how we're able to get presidents of associations here. At least I'm certain of about 20 presidents of associations sitting here. Why? Because of that platform. And some of them that couldn't make it, their associations are represented. Thirdly, we have been able to select state representatives. So we have member organizations that are state representatives. So for instance, the zonal coordinator of Southwest, I don't know whether MS Amole is here, zonal coordinator of Southwest. Our own organization is the state representative for Lagos. And then so like that. The third aspect is the one we are working on, and I quite appreciate your bringing it to the fore, which is segmentation and breakdown of our businesses in sectors. And that's why we have a project called our Business Directory. And also the 10-month National Advocacy Project with SIPE. We're going to all the states of the Federation, including FCT, on this project. The project has started, the physical training and discussion at the level of states will begin from November. And so, and as we go from state to state, we're going to onboard so that at the end of the 10 months project, we'll be able to segment businesses because we see that, in fact, that came up heavily during our policy dialogue in March, you know, where Madame Duplessis, Mrs. Her name, Madame Duplessis, always comes to my mind. Obi, yes, asked us a fundamental question that, you know, you say you have over 4 million people cut across Nigeria. Can you give me the person here? Can you give me the business sector here and all that? So we have all of that, but then we don't have with respect to segmentation of the sectors. So thank you for that. It's a project that we're working on, and we are also willing and throwing that open. We're willing for alliances and partnership to be able to make that project happen. The issue of political appointments, I saw that no connectivity with political appointees and rural women. We cannot flog that issue. It's an issue. In fact, I was telling somebody this morning, I wanted to put it in my presentation, that, you know, we've had advocacy visits on an AWBN. My tenure began last year, and my first advocacy visit, you know, in Abuja with our team, you know, was early this year. And at a point, my DNC1 was the one calming me down in a particular ministry. Let me not mention it here. In a particular ministry, and she said, I said, NC, calm down, calm down. This is how they behave. And I said, how can they be behaving like this? You know, why? Because they are appointed to serve us. Not that they think they are doing us a favor. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? You know, please, it is important for us to say that any minister, any commissioner, any public officer, you are a servant and you are serving the people. It's as simple as that. And then you have to queue. I understand that you are busy, but then there's a way to organize in such a way that everybody that comes to your ministry is important. You know, yes, they saw us, but then we're going from one point to, and I'm like, when is this bureaucracy going to end? The public sector, we don't talk like this. Okay, they told us, bring all the things you want. We wrote down 8 things. Because send it to the director of this one. We send it to the director of this one. Send it to the director of this one. We send it to the director of this one. Send it. By the time we went to 8 directors, I had to tell my man, excuse me. But then we're not going to give up on it. But you know, where are we going? There's a need for a change of mindset of our political appointees. To know that you are a servant. You are a public servant. Please, let me say that yes, very well. You are a public servant. And we citizens also must know that our vote counts. Some of you don't even have voters card. You say they've decided who they want to choose. No, we have to stop that game. We have to participate in it so that indeed there can be a connection with the people that they are supposed to serve. And we must insist, we must demand. It is our what? Right as a citizen to make that demand.
Yes, ma'am. Wow, thank you so much. I didn't have speakers. So any other, did she ask questions for anyone else? Yeah, Jeff, okay.
I think she had a question about how we plan to expand to Niger. With Blossom Academy, our programs, as a result of COVID, became fully virtual. And as a result, we get students from Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, all partaking in the program. I think what we can definitely do is find out how we can also provide our courses to Francophone speakers. Currently, it's just tailored towards Anglophone speakers. But before we go anywhere, though, we also need to specify whether there's a demand for data science talents. I think my brother here, Ferdinand, made the point that he was looking for animators, came to Ghana and couldn't find. However, the reality, though, is I think it's an accessibility problem. They are there. It's just a matter of figuring out the right networks to tap into and then find them. So if we go to Niger, if we find the right network and say, maybe there are data scientists here who actually are not even employed yet, how do we equip them with the relevant soft skills needed for them to break into the job market and stay there, as opposed to focusing on the hard skills? So to answer your question, they can definitely join right now since we are virtual, but we need to do analysis of the market to understand where the demand is there first.
Wow, thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. I hope your question is answered. Okay, so I'm going to take, we are overrunning with time, so I'm going to take two more questions. There's a gentleman here to my right in the white, and there was a couple of hands at the back. Are you guys still? Please step forward. Okay, you can read from there. I saw some people. Okay, if not, then there's another lady here. Is anyone there? No? All right, please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ismail Asambu, the president of the Gambia Youth Chamber of Commerce. My first question goes to Madam Zainab from Niger. Recently, we have seen that West Africa have been experiencing change of government by the gun, not through the ballot box. And Niger is an example. How have these coup d'etats affected the growth of businesses in Niger? Another question is for Ferdinand. To what extent have the creative industry involved in advocating the policy gap of companies willing to partner to do production when it comes to the creative industry in Nigeria or elsewhere? Moving forward, to what extent have the creative industry also engaged in advocating creative and entrepreneurial curriculums in schools and universities in Nigeria? To Mohammed from Sierra Leone, there is a misconception, if you understand, in Africa between growth and development. Most of these organizations, we are always engaged in developing young people. To what extent have your organization engaged in harnessing the economic growth of young women and youth in your country? To Jeff from Ghana.
That's question number 4, sir.
Yes, that's the last one. That's the last one. To Jeff from Ghana. When you are speaking, you did mention that funding is very critical when it comes to social entrepreneurship. When you were speaking, you did mention that most of the funding partners that you have are from Dubai and the German government. The work that you do, you are complementing the work of the Ghanaian government. Have the Ghanaian government ever funded any of your activities or your programs? These are the questions that I have. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, sir. Only 4 questions. Well, who goes first? I think he started with you. You need your microphone.
Thank you very much for the question. But I want you to know that Mrs. Maida is an industrial woman. I am not political. And the way I choose is the economic way for the liberty. And I think that vous parlez de coup d'État. Le coup d'État est non institutionnel. Et ce qui est sûr, c'est que l'impact que ça peut avoir, c'est d'augmenter les barrières entre peut-être des relations diplomatiques, mais l'économie, donc en tant qu'économiste, nous ne devons pas considérer un coup d'État comme étant une barrière pour des échanges et pour un développement économique en tant que tel des États entre les uns et les autres. Ce qui est sûr, c'est que si les frontières sont fermées, c'est un impact. Si nous ne pouvons pas importer d'un pays vers l'autre parce qu'il y a un coup d'État, je pense que nous devons nous remettre en cause et en question pour justement construire des politiques qui font en sorte que il n'y ait pas de barrières qui puissent impacter le développement économique durable de nos États. Je vous remercie. Je pense que c'est la réponse que je peux vous donner. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so very much, Ma. Could you also, Mohammed, just take your section of his questions?
Yes, thank you very much. If I understood you well, your question was, what are we doing towards the growth? Correct. I stated initially in our presentation that we mostly focus on public policy formulation. As a result, what we have is an incubator center. And that incubator center is actually bringing young people together. Those who are just school leavers, high school leavers, those who are coming from universities or colleges, we train them there. And then we also, give them exactly what they need in order to know exactly what are the platforms available to them. And by so doing, it's not only bringing them at the table, but we'll bring them on the table. And we also look out for those who will be turning the table so that this table will be very much nice for all of them to effectively actualize their potentials.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jeff, you had a section of that.
Yep. Thank you so much for the question. I mean, this is something that just to understand, you're wondering if the Ghanaian government actively funds some of our programs. This is something that my colleagues and I deliberate over all the time because we haven't received funding directly from the government. Now, what's interesting about this is that I think about 2 weeks ago, there was a job fair organized by the Youth Employment Agency. And I wasn't there, but I understand that there was a stampede that happened there because people needed jobs so bad, where people were even breaking glasses to enter. So one of my mentors is the ambassador to Austria, Mr. Philbert Johnson. So he called me and he says, hey, like, what is Blossom Academy doing to, engage the government essentially to get that support that is needed to actually scale more people? The truth is we submitted a bunch of proposals, but I also understand that when you're engaging in almost any part of the world, it's about who you know, who knows you, right? So it could be a reality that they are looking to support, but we've not met the right people yet. But we have done our very best to also put out proposals and try to engage with the right stakeholders to get the necessary funding to also help as many young Ghanaians as possible. But at the moment, all our funding for unemployed youth has come from international organizations abroad.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. That clears it. Final response from Mr. Ferdinand. Oh, you don't have a mic anymore. Can we have a mic for Mr. Ferdinand? You should have left the mic there. Oh, can you just use that one for a second? Just to save time. Thank you.
So the question is, what are we doing at Studio to engage the government? So there is a group I'm part of called the Animation Nigeria Group, and essentially we've, as of 2 years ago, we did send in a couple of proposals to propose bills to the National Assembly. Following up has been quite slow. But that conversation is part of the deal. It covers both capacity building, policy formulation that can open up, and even what I spoke about earlier, that many times there is an absence of co-production deal across regional countries that can allow for you to work together. So for one studio alone can hardly produce a film. One country alone may not be able to deliver fully. If we don't do that regional integration, we can achieve faster, but the policies are not there. So with the trade agreement, we may have the basis to approach that conversation, but it's not specific to co-production deals, but it can help. So we're doing a bit in that area.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferdinand. Thank you. Wow. I think that's the last question we're going to take for this panel. I'd like to get the panel to please rise. We're going to take a picture. Madam Diop, could you please join them for a photograph? I don't, are the photographers ready just before they go down to their seats? Yeah, and Ferdinand, please join us for this photo. Yeah, can you just step forward, guys? We stand just to. I know. As a Compass Global, are you here, Mrs. Chiedu Tokumo? Please join us as well. Yes, ma'am. They're taking the picture. All right, are you ready, photographers? Yeah. All right, please put our hands together for the panel once more. Thank you. On the program, it says tea break. But for two reasons, that will not be happening. First of all,
dans le programme, nous avons la pause café.
Is that correct? Oui ou non? Oui. Mais oui. That's all the French I know. But more seriously, more to the point, it's nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're actually going to have, the tea breaks have been packed. So you have a tea break pack. Yeah, but you can take that later, but we're going straight to lunch now because lunch is also ready. So let's break up for lunch, 30 minutes please, because we also are mindful of how late we'll keep you after lunch. So can we all be back in our seats at 2:15? That's 30 minutes from now, right after lunch. We'll take our tea break packs later in the evening as we disperse. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Merci. That's the music they're playing.